Almost got it. Right.
Everyone could, put your phone on vibrate or silence them. Gonna start in about 1 minute.
Be like Mike Brown. Be like Mike Brown. Put your nose up. Like Mike Brown. Okay. Well, I refuse to put a marinade on this dry. I got my scales. You put it right. Come a little bit. Yeah, let's get married and back. I know the chair, but I'm just talking about having to pay a couple of. Might be the realest thing on her.
I'll share. We share the shop.
You've been thinking about it, too. They forced us on.
Good evening. Today is Thursday, June 18th, 2026. We now call to, I'm sorry, the time is 6:31. We now call to order the town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. Bellinger, roll call, please.
Director Williams,
Present.
Director Greathouse,
Present.
Director Matt,
Here.
Director Jordan,
Here.
Director Randolph is absent, Vice Chair Thomas.
Here.
And Chair Crim.
Present. We are now ready for a moment of silence and the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are now ready for presentation.
Board, I wanted to introduce Mr. Julian Johnson. I know everybody knows him with the 28-7 night market. We've been working on his presentation for about a month and a half now. And we're presenting Johnson. Thank you.
All right. Well, good evening,
Good evening.
board, residents, everybody. And I'm Julian Johnson. This is Nia. We're the founders of 1887 First and executive director and vice president of the Build CDC, Community Development Corporation. And first and foremost, I want to thank you all for allowing us to be here tonight. Mr. Johnson for giving us the time and working with us as we present what we believe is addressing a simple, a complex but simple and immediate need that the town needs, and that is food access. When we originally started the 1887 night market, that was the real intention behind it. Like, yeah, the night market has the fun side to it and everything, but the reality of it is, everybody knows if you live in this town, you're affected by not having a grocery store. Fresh food access. If you don't have fresh food access anywhere around you, not sure if you all do know that Eatonville does sit in a low income, in a low access tract designated by the USDA. So it is considered, it doesn't have a grocery store within a mile. Now, I hear there's things called, what is it, food apartheid, food deserts, and I heard people saying that that doesn't even exist or that's not real. Actually, descendants of freedmen are primarily impacted by those. So if you live in apartments over here or back here, anything like that, you're not, and you don't have a vehicle, you're affected by that. So where are you, if y'all know, where would you most likely shop at if you don't have a vehicle?
Station store.
In here, if you don't have a vehicle,
Family Dollar.
Family Dollar, all right. If you don't have the extra funds to buy on Uber Eats or Instacart, what are you doing now? Where are you eating at? Family Dollar. Heart disease is the #1 killer in the Black community. Cancer. All of these things that we have nonprofits come into the community and help with. It starts at food, not having accessibility to the fresh and the right proper foods. And that's why we started the night market. So now, right here, today where we're at, we're pretty much going into what we believe is, we got enough data now to take this night market to the next level. And we presented the opportunity to Director Johnson, and he was open, and very welcoming. Him and his staff has done a wonderful job in working with us. So tonight, I kind of let Nia go into the next parts about the night market and everything. But if we go by the presentation, that kind of like introduces what we have done in the town and what we look to do, which is creating food access opportunities in the town on a more consistent basis. So you want to go in and step in about the market and everything, because we do have people with us as well.
Yeah, so at one point, when I joined the community, I was here and I didn't have a vehicle. So, even though I had a good job, at certain months, I'm spending excess of $800 or more in order just to feed myself and my family. So when Mr. Johnson had told me he already had this, market underway and he presented it to a few partners in the community and it was falling short, I told him that I used to work in downtown Lake Eola and Winter Garden. So I got to see firsthand what that looks like on the ground to produce something of this nature. And then being with Julian in his community, we got to learn the community and what it actually needs. So we took all of that knowledge, as well as us traveling all up and down Florida, Central Florida. Hopefully here soon we'll get to the Carolinas just to see these models already in place. We actually worked under the DeLand Farmers Market. Barbara and her husband, they own that in the historic sector of DeLand. The young ladies downtown at Red Top Production. We met some people out in Tampa. So we've traveled a lot to make sure that we were articulate when we came to talk about what we were actually presenting to the community. And so with our market, like we have a few of the people here that actually make that happen. They have been committed to Eatonville for the last 2 years. Ups and downs, no matter what, they're showing up and they're bringing their talents to the community as well as their audiences. So it's given Eatonville another viewpoint as well. So a lot of our business owners have been able to scale their businesses, make significant income as a second part job. Some of them have also went to full time. So with that, we wanted to make sure as we were gathering data, we had at the very least 15 different farmers and gardeners come through Eatonville. And we want to make sure that we have a space not only for our small business owners, but also for our agriculturalists as well, because that's part of the foundation of Eatonville and come from growers. And we want to definitely make sure that we can carry that off into the next generations as well. So the market has definitely helped us to solidify and show a working model, a working ecosystem. And that's why we built it in such a way. Everybody that comes to Eatonville already knows what to expect. And they also have made a commitment good, bad, or indifferent to see this through. So we want to make sure that we are providing a great space for them, as well as amplifying the presence of Edenville with regular programming to help us, because structures will, make the town look nice, but really, we have to develop the people. So that the infrastructure, we're looking at infrastructure of people, and starting with the good, making sure we got good food. That helps to make better choices. It helps with mental health. And we want to make sure that that aspect isn't lost with all the glitz and glamour that certain people see with the night market. So.
Right. I appreciate it. And so kind of going more into food access. So food access, pretty much it is economic development. Like she mentioned, starting with the gut health. You're making decisions now. If your gut isn't healthy, most likely you're not making proper decisions, or your body's overcompensating in another area. So not having that access, I don't know if anybody has ever lived next to a grocery store, it is very convenient to have access to fresh food and to walk to the grocery store and go home. Most people typically go grocery shopping once or twice a week, right? So that's pretty much how things are done. But recurrent food access systems does more than just sell food. It creates local economic circulation. So it creates opportunities for farmers, vendors, entrepreneurs, logistics support, marketing, tourism, wellness, education, and community services. And that is pretty much redevelopment. So the CRA does not only have to think about, buildings. At the same time, you are going to build buildings. Now with the partnership, with the public-private partnership with us, we're willing to help develop the people inside of Eatonville and the ones who come into Eatonville to do business. We go to slide for a little bit. So this kind of talks about why are we different, pretty much. Before this started, before we even came to this point, and I'll just be honest with you all, this started in 2024. We came to the CRA when Sharon Rose was the CRA director. And we presented pretty much the same thing. They told us that the CRA can help these things, but that did not happen. They ended up going she ended up going with another organization, but we ended up launching the night market at Town Hall on Town Hall property. So you have people who are from here and who love the town, who love the landscape, who love the people. And that's the difference of working with us. And we, like Nia mentioned, we've already been shadowed in the best of the best. Orlando is like one of the best markets in the area in terms of impact. They've been around since the late, I think, 80s, and they've created economic impact, and it's hard to get in there. So if you listen to talking around with vendors like Mahogany right here, she knows like it's extremely hard to get into the downtown Orlando market. But what we've seen when we did our research was we went from the land, like she mentioned, everywhere. And the problem is that it wasn't a lot of people that looked like African Americans in these markets, or descendants of freedmen is what we like to call them, who participate in these markets. So that's another reason why we started this market here in Eatonville, because it made sense with the foundational principles of this community. And when we provided that, it opened up opportunities for people like Mahogany, Asia, Miss Tamika, who her and her husband have came since the first day of the market. The first market we had, I got a phone call the day before, and they came and they showed up in their business. They went from part-time, now they're full-time producers out of Eatonville. You know what I'm saying? Coming out of just participating in that Eatonville market allowed them to be introduced to other people who are influencers, and they were able to, help them scale their business. And now they're full-time operating. Weren't you working before that?
Yes.
She was working, so she left corporate now to do a full-time producer. And they work with farmers. They have partnerships with bigger organizations, and who are willing to work with us as well, and bring those resources to the community.
And Ms. Tamika's willing to help us with building our agriculture program for this food campus, so that we're making sure that we're meeting all the goals as far as providing fresh produce and also educating the children and the community.
She's actually a board member on a nonprofit as well, and over the agriculture side of things. Slide 4 or 5, we can go. Again, we proved that with the night market was a proven demand to show that Eatonville is ready for this. We want to be able to compete with everybody, y'all. Like, we want to compete with the Orlando, the Winter Gardens, and we have the infrastructure. And we were on town hall. So a lot of people were like, well, why is the night market moving? Well, it's been it started since 2024. We want to cut out the politics and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because the community is suffering from that, right? If they saying in the media and people are saying, oh, Eatonville's been stagnant for 30 years. All right, y'all, let's get together and let's solve one issue right here. Food access. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need access to food or fresh food for the community. So let's do that. And when we presented this, we weren't thinking about moving, but however, being here on town hall, we know that there is interruptions. And if we want to create a system, a food access system, a consistent one, we can't be interrupted by politics. Like, people still have to eat at the end of the day, right? So if there's an election or anything going on at the town hall, that was one of the reasons why we were okay, yeah, a different location would make sense. You know what I'm saying? We weren't forced to move by the CRA. You know what I'm saying? We chose to go over there because of the comment. Well, it was actually put out there that our last market was going to be on in June. So we went along with that because we thought we weren't going to be able to be here. And we proved the pretty much with the night market, we proved the demand that people do, come and buy watermelons, buy fruit, they buy the produce and everything. We proved the demand of businesses. Like, you'd be surprised, people come in there in that little bit of time, it's a lot of traffic and it's been picking up lately. And the vendors do really well in it. So we, like Nia mentioned, we connected more than 15 agriculture and fresh food businesses to Eatonville already. For people who grow them from the backyard or people who pretty much have run farms and everything. And from people like Dr. Andre Baptiste, he's been there as well, has been a vendor multiple times. And he owns, what are those, orthodontics. Right, then there's offices around the city. So the night market has been a success the last 2 years. How many events we've been in?
So altogether, we've done 28 markets.
Right. We've done 28 markets between here and Polk County. So we tested the weekly demand out there. We've been able to do that. And what we wanted to do is come here, but we know that Eatonville is always first for us. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, yeah, we went to Polk County, but we always want to be here. This is where our heart is. This is where we started. And this is where we want to continue to work. So we got it. Yeah, go ahead.
So with 20 People Street, we know there's been a lot of confusion about that move and what that would actually look like for the community. And we know that this is something new. Why that works is because you all had a club there and it's going to be restored now. It's a C2 property, so it's commercial. So there is development that's coming, right? So with development coming, we have to adjust. I know that we have certain activities that happen and go on throughout the weekends, but if you open up a commercial development property, then we have to be able to evolve as a town, right? So we don't want to come and disrupt. We just want to progress further. So we understand that it is in a residential area, but literally all of the spaces that we have access to are in residential areas. So like even Miss Joyce, I know she stepped away. She told us she can hear the music from the night market all the way at her house, and she's over close to I-4. So we understand that, but we're also going to work within the boundaries that are already set in the code so that we're making sure that we're accommodating the residents, and we will make sure that we go talk to them like we did on Clark Street. We talked to everybody on Clark Street. We just wanted to solidify with you all first before we went out and gave out information. We wanted to make sure that we were in alignment and that we were giving the people the right things, because we've done a great job of building a level of trust with the residents of Edenville, and we want to make sure that we maintain that.
So it allows, okay, so yeah, pretty much. So 20 People Street does allow us to stop waiting and start serving immediately. We don't have to wait 2 years for these people to do a site plan or this, that, and the third. Like me and Nia, we go over there and we do our own site plan. We walk the land, we get to feel it, we walk the neighborhood. We go around it, we put our hands and feet in the dirt to see, even my baby, he got bit up by ants out there. You know what I'm saying? Like we're really out there, and we go out there consistently to see what this is going to look like because when I'm out there and when I'm in something, or if I'm standing in it, I can visualize it. I have the vision to really see how we could really do this. And pretty much we're looking at doing year-round programming at a food access campus, on a temporary campus, right? Because we know there are plans for that area, and we're looking at bringing those year-round programming, including the night market, of course. That was just one aspect of everything, but going more into weekly programming is the bigger thing because the community needs it. I remember Ryan mentioned it would be good to have eggs and chicken, be able to walk up and get that. You know what I'm saying? So we're working hard to be able to supply those on a consistent basis, and that's pretty much why we saw the People Street as it could be an advantage for us and an opportunity for us. And now we don't have to be we don't have to interrupt each other, I'll say, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, the election still has to go on. If it's on that date, we ain't gonna beat that, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, so let's solve that issue by coming over here. But not only that, it immediately activates that entire area. There's development coming from the club to the what is that behind it? The daycare, the senior center. Pool just got redone. It's still used. There's houses over there, but also we're now in one of the most historical characters in the heart, like the historical heart of the town now, from Macedonia and St. Lawrence, which are the first churches in the town. And now you can curate tourism. We'll be curating tourism around that, along with the market as well. So now you're activated and we're pretty much attacking and accomplishing multiple things in the CRA plan already. So with Director Johnson, we know he's super busy. So we came to him and was like, hey, like we already doing it. We want to go further into it, but we can't do that without partnership in the town and everything. So public-private partnership, and of course, we're open to working with everyone, from the town to the CRA to the town. However, whatever it takes to get this to come to life, we want to make it happen because the residents do need that. They may not think they need it, but they do need it, and until you have it, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it may be a little uncomfortable at first. We all will be figuring this out together. You know what I'm saying? Like from the traffic flow to the policing, how things are gonna go around that area, but you're gonna have to figure it out now. It's better to figure it out now with this than when you build something and now we at that point. You know what I'm saying? So we can go to the next one. Concerns and the opportunity, next one. So July was we proposed to do a phase out plan and everything. So July will pretty much be our phase one, where we will prove, measure, and adjust everything. So we'll see how it goes. We're gonna do 2 days, and we'll see what it looks like for a night market in the daytime market. So now we have actual visual, actual data all together as a board, as an agency, and we're able to see how we move forward from here, right? If this is gonna work, will this work long term? If not, where do we pivot from there? So now you have data to tell us pretty much what we're, how we would need to move forward with it. We'll be looking at turnout, vendor participation, fresh food, demand, parking, of course, traffic, sanitation, safety, resident feedback, accessibility, and all of those things. So that's going to give us the evidence on what we need to do moving forward, and not an assumption, right? Not hearsay or things like that. We get actual data from that. And that's pretty much how, responsible partnerships are built, with a pilot first, of course, and then you measure honestly and adjust responsibly and scale the intentionality. You don't have to worry about us waiting 2 years, 1 year, whatever, to do this plan, that plan, and none of that. No, we could go ahead and get started. It's an open air market, and that's pretty much, what it is. Yeah, we're almost finished. So on partnership, multiple public benefits. So we know what would the CRA be getting? You want to go and touch on that? What the CRA will be benefiting with?
So pretty much we'll be helping to activate a piece of land that has kind of been sitting for close to a decade. It's been sitting for a little while, you know what I'm saying? It can be utilized. We don't have to wait on other things to go through, we can kind of utilize that land as well. We help to activate more aspects of the CRA plan, right? So we're not just focusing on the housing aspect. We're able to take some of that load off of you all, and you're able to still show up and, as the revitalization agency that you are. So with that, we also have a pipeline for our small businesses as well, so that when they come to do business in the town, they have a pipeline to go through the town of Edenville. So even whether they're coming to the night market, whether they're coming to Zora, Juneteenth, whatever events that we have, we have a flow of vendor education for doing business in the town of Edenville, and that can also benefit the town as well. And then with the CRA, farmers markets. So one of the things that's in the plan is farmers markets, and a lot of the public-private partnerships that we see in Orange County. For instance, the biggest one is downtown Lake Eola. They have a public-private partnership, and their CRA fully supports them so that they're able to be successful and activate that area. So we want to make sure that we're doing everything to further what we built, but also to merge with what's already set in the town, what the town already has on paper as a plan where they want to see themselves going. We want to make sure that we're utilizing our talents and gifts to help the community as a whole. Anything else?
Well, no, I'll just cover things like the church and everything. So the churches actually benefit as well, especially if we go on Sunday. Their attendees can eat now, right? They have a place options, more food options, and they can grocery shop if they want, or fresh food shop. And then also the historical character of those two churches will thrive now, right? The story is now told about Macedonia and St. Lawrence. So now on a broader scale of things, when it comes to tourism and driving traffic here, those two churches that built the town will be on the map now. So now when people come to the market, they're going to learn about the historical character of the town, where but that only happens through a partnership. You know what I'm saying? Like we built this market pretty much, by ourselves. Well, we built it by ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And with the vendors, and that's it. And we all made it work together, and that's the beauty of the public-private partnership, because we can make Eatonville, do what it was founded to do. You know what I'm saying?
That's why we proposed July 4th and 5th, because that fell on a holiday. It provided a great opportunity for us to kind of come together back to the table, and then give us opportunities going forward to heal out in public with the community.
Recurring market. Okay, so recurring markets pretty much they create local economic circulation. That's pretty much everywhere. Every municipality next to us, you go there, they have this already in place. It's a food system. It's a weekly market. The monthly market builds awareness, but that weekly one builds the economy. We did the monthly market. Nobody in here is buying groceries once a month. It's not logical, and it doesn't make sense. So we want to help meet those immediate needs, those everyday needs of people, by providing, whether it's a weekly market or if it could be twice a week, when the garden does a one on Saturday and Wednesday for their residents, right? For people to come in and grab their produce. Recurring markets also create more predictable vendor revenue. It helps the town, right? Like Nia mentioned, more businesses now come to Eatonville. There's more business licensing potential and opportunities in the town. More tourism activity, stronger grant opportunities, which is a big one as well for the CRA. And these are things that pretty much it goes on along and goes on in these other local municipalities.
So just another thing to add with recurring markets that we learned doing business in the town of Edenville, especially for the descendants of freedmen. When you go to some of these markets, it's not really a market for you to sell bonnets or lock jewelry or certain things that are specific to our culture. One of the feedback that we have gotten from some of our business owners is that this gives them a greater opportunity for their business, because they have a regular place where they can show up and their product is actually have
value. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it has value. And so I think the next one. Okay, yeah. So from one monthly market to recurring food access system, what we realize is systems, one man shows don't really work. It's about systems. in order to sustain, you have to have a system. The founders who built this community, you know, they built the system, they built the government, which is a system, right? And this market, now that the night market wouldn't exist if we didn't have a system in place with rules, with vendor guidelines, and all of these different things. And they can tell you, like, we got guidelines, they a few pages, you know what I'm saying? And you have to abide by those. We have a policy where if you don't abide by those guidelines, then you know can potentially be kicked out of the market. And that is something that we strictly do enforce. And Nia was market manager and has been our market manager. So, you know, you can't just come to me. We don't have it set up where you can come to me and try to do this. No, it's all, if it's in the guidelines, that's what it is. You got to stick to that. And that's pretty much how we have implemented that from the beginning and when we did start this. July, August, they are for phase one implementation. Again, well, August will not be, that's just a regular night market, but July is going to be the 2 days, and then we'll do that, the site testing, data collection, feedback, and operating adjustments. September, we're proposing for September is where we begin the recurring weekly food access programming for residents, seniors, and families, right? So in 2027 and beyond, we want to extend towards if we can, the demand is there twice a week, because maybe everybody might be able to catch a Saturday market, you know what I'm saying? So if you need food in the middle of the week, it could be a Wednesday. I don't know. We'll test out and see what the community actually needs and what the market says. And monthly markets pretty much they create the excitement and everything, but weekly markets create the system and dominate the system. And we want to be on top when it comes to Eatonville, you know. And I believe we can compete with the best of the best when it comes to the markets and bring in, you know, traffic to Eatonville. I think what we got, what's the last? It should be almost done. Okay. I don't wanna go through the other ones. The campus pretty much develops people. We kind of covered that. So it's a bigger than just putting tents on there and everything, right? The Food Access Campus gives a way to develop people and the people that need it, from business owners to farmers to residents, right? With the federal an organization that Tamika and the Harvest Fresh Produce, that they're actually members of this organization, and we're, you know, potentially working with them. They're okay. They're providing estate planning, right? And they have those services available. They're the pioneers of the heirs property program. They started the heirs property program with the federal government. So these are the things, you know, that we are pretty much looking to bring to the community and everything. Next is other municipalities. We mentioned that and everything. You could go to it, but other municipalities do this already in a public-private partnership. From the city of Orlando, they partner with their CRA, the downtown CRA. Lake Mary is partnered with their town government, and those actually are ran by the same company. Apopka is ran by Propagate and Apopka, which is a local company. So if y'all free on Friday, I think they're the last two. They have a season, so their season ends after these next 2 weeks. Theirs is a Friday night market that they do every week. They shut down that road on 5th Street and they do it from 6 to 9 every single week. And next, moving forward together. So right now, the MOU is underway. Like, you know, we did have attorney, Ms. Tessa Dean. She was helping us draft our MOU and everything. So she's been a great help, and you know, she's been outstanding through this whole process for us, making sure that we're covering everything that we need to cover. And the ask pretty much is to debate whether Eatonville needs consistent food access. But I believe the need is already clear. And that's pretty much where we're at with everything. And a partnership, I believe it gives Eatonville a way to act right now instead of having to wait. And I just want y'all to know it's bigger than the market to us, right? The whole thing was about solving food access since we started marketing. And if you go back to our interviews, I've been consistent pretty much since I've been stepped back into this community, you know what I'm saying, in my word and where I've been fighting. you all know where we stand on things, but, you know, politics aside, we need to address this issue. Like it's a need, and if it's available, that's great. You know what I'm saying? And then when the grocery store comes, then it comes. You know what I'm saying? But for now, that grocery store not coming by September. Family Dollar be there probably, but you know what I'm saying? Like you're not gonna have any access to fresh foods, and farmers can't just come to Eatonville anymore and set up and do that. So if we create a system, now the residents have that. So I don't think Eatonville, last thing for me was Eatonville does not need another promise or study. It needs implementation. No more studies. Like we're done with studies. We've been doing studies for long since I've been here. There are studies going on before that. We need to just implement things and we show that we can do that with the night market.
But we'll still continue the monthly night market, but the main focus is to go into the day market aspect where we will be providing this on a regular basis. We would love to show up twice a week, you know, if that's possible. But we're willing to, you know, work with the parameters that are set before us so that we're able to meet this need.
And as we, you know, work and have collect this data and everything, we'll be able to, you know, secure more opportunities, grants, whatever that is. And if it is a financial thing, maybe we could find ways to offset that. Because I don't believe we should be putting politics before people's needs, immediate needs. It doesn't make sense. That's just my honest opinion. Any questions from anybody?
First of all, thank you guys for your vision and your leadership that you bring to the town of Eatonville. I got a great appreciation for it. I look forward to coming to you guys' event every monthly because I think it is resourceful that you guys do what you do in terms of, you know, this community being a food desert, not having all the access to be able to get all the fresh, you know, produce and things of that nature right there in our community. So I got a great appreciation for what you guys do, and I'm willing to work with you guys in any possible way to make sure that you guys are being successful and continue being successful in our community even after the grocery stores come. So I'm definitely aboard for whatever you guys are doing. A great presentation, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. We know you're a big advocate. Appreciate it. Anyone else
So you're saying you looking Saturday and Sunday?
for July?
Just for July, we're not trying to do Sunday on a regular basis, possibly. We would like to do like a Wednesday and a Saturday.
But if you know, we're gonna test the market, and if the market does good on Sunday, then if people, because you know Wednesday people may not be wanting to go shopping, grocery shopping, but if they shop on Sunday, then that may be, you know, available Wednesday or whatever other day. You know what I'm saying? So potentially, but we'll work within the parameters that we have.
And Cooking with Kim's, I believe, is closed on Sunday.
Yeah,
now,
they close on
And
Sunday
we'll also give another option for church families if they wanna have it out.
So what you all are asking or is for you all to come July 4th and 5th or
No.
Saturday and Sunday.
No, we're proposing reoccurring.
Reoccurring.
Right, we're saying that those 2 days are phased partnership. Those are that's the first pilot. Does that make sense? No?
The first pilot is gonna be the fourth and
Fourth
fifth.
and the fifth, right.
Right.
That's the test for us to see what it looks like.
Yeah, and there are funds
And
that,
then the next month, what are you looking to?
well, we will come back to
Just
you
go back
all
to, we'll come
before
back.
that.
And once the MOU everything is done, we'll be back. The night market program continues.
We're
After
willing
that,
to add on this day
after
market.
that,
aspect.
September, we're proposing to go weekly with it.
In September.
September.
During the day.
So that everybody has enough time from the CRA to the town side of things to, you know, get prepared for that.
Yeah, y'all great. I mean, you know, I'm like, kudos. I've been doing a great job, man. I'm not saying that at all. Yeah, I mean, and we need it. You know, you are addressing all the needs of the community, everything. So that's fantastic. I'm just trying to get these dates in my mind You and I, we spoke, and I heard some concerns from other people, in terms of the residents. And I know you said you guys did that when you were here on Clark Street. So would that be addressed? That's my primary concern. And because the 4th of July, we're talking 2 weeks. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we gotta get out and be considerate of the residents in that area.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
we'll,
me personally.
for sure.
That's my thing.
That's a great concern as a councilwoman, councilwoman on the board and the board person as well.
Yeah.
Priority.
But it's a priority to us as well, and we'll get out there and we'll speak with the residents. If they're not home, we have door hangers, that will let them know about what's going on, and we want to work with the residents, right? We're willing to work with them, and we want to find ways that they can actually benefit from this as well, and not just in a way of, okay, yeah, it's loud music. The loud music will only be there once a month on the night market. You know what I'm saying? So the day market is a different type of vibe, and we might not have loud. I don't. We just have to see what that looks like first. But it's more so we will be there, boots on the ground, making sure we're in the community talking to them.
That's my biggest thing, y'all, for real. And with it being 2 weeks, like,
That's right.
and and my first introduction was I saw it on social media, and it's like, whoa, how is, whatever. We talking politics now. I'm trying my best to keep that out of it. You heard me? But we saw it on social media first. I mean, I can only imagine if I'm those residents in that area, like, I don't know, we call it putting the cart before the horse or whatever you call that stuff back in the day. That's my concern. Very good idea. You guys are great. We need it. Thank y'all so much for all of that. But that's just been my concern is like speak to the residents in that area, get some feedback. I mean, and I know that they won't know until it actually happens because trust me, I live right there. I hear you every month. You understand? I mean, I hear every month. Thank you. So I don't really have to come out because I can just sit in the backyard and do my little thing. And y'all might look over there and see me if y'all don't. I might be in the backyard like doing a quick 2-step. And so, and music love me, y'all. So I'm not saying it's a great idea. My concern is for the residents that are in that particular area. And I think it's only fair that we do due diligence. We can't come here today and say 2 weeks from now, like, we'll be at your door. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know about that part. But it's a great idea. I'm not, I'm just not saying no, but we gotta figure out a way to get to these residents, man. Before we make that kind of decision, like dropping it on the 4th of July. Although I don't think we got anything else going on. So that's my take.
Well, we really appreciate that because door to door is like one of our main modes of marketing and
Yeah.
Word of mouth when we're doing it since we've been part of 1887 first.
Well, I know y'all boots on the ground. I know y'all boots on the ground type people.
But what I'm to let you know is that when we go to the door, we want to make sure we're disseminating accurate information, right? When you all got the conversation on the council side, we were just 2 days out from shooting the idea. So we didn't even get to formulate actually what we wanted to bring to you all. We wanted to see what was possible first. Then you all got it. And so the community got it. Because from a marketing standpoint, we needed more time to shift so people know to go down the street. So according to the application, 2 weeks is when you're shutting down the road or doing something, you have to give that 2 weeks notice. We wanted to give more notice, but we wanted to talk to you all first before we went to the residents' doors because we want to make sure that we're disseminating accurate information and that we're all in alignment. We don't want this to be a tunnel war. You know what I'm saying? We wanted to get rid of the hearsay.
In terms of, but I saw it on social media.
So until when he dropped it,
I don't know who put it out.
When it was put out in the council, that's when we was like, okay, we gotta get ahead of it.
No, I saw it on social media first.
Yeah.
Before our council meeting on Tuesday, it was out there before. And I'm trying to just figure out like how we doing something here in the town and you guys have moved from one site to the other without any knowledge from whether it's the town or whether it's the CRA. But now I'm understanding that you guys have been talking to the executive director. So there again, be me. You understand me? Like not why you guys didn't come before us prior to today, but if the executive director had some type of knowledge, like, like I felt like we should have still been given like some advance notice, so we could have gotten ahead of this in terms of the residents. Yes, ma'am.
So June, at the first week of June, you all had a council meeting and there, I believe the CAO had announced that June was going to be the last night market here. So then we
It was
got,
in May, actually.
oh, it was in May, because it was right before
The last
our
one.
June night market. So Tuesday was just the
We were
second
told,
time that it was
yeah.
told on.
We
the
were
record.
told that.
So
last
we wanted to make sure that we got the executive director, the information, like we're working with an attorney, we have a board, we have counsel. So we wanted to make sure we got him the accurate information. So when he came to you all, it wasn't hearsay. And unfortunately, it didn't happen that way. But now we're here, we want, we hear a lot about the spilt milk. We want to go forward and make sure that going forward, we set a standard. So if we want to give residents more than a 2 weeks notice, then that has to be changed on the administrative side. But on our end, we wanted to make sure that we were in alignment first before we went to the resident. And so that's why we're on it this weekend. Like that's top priority. We have our things in order and we're going to make sure that we hit those doors and we talk to the residents and make sure that we listen to all concerns and that we're doing everything in our due diligence to work with you all to alleviate that, because those concerns are still, pale in comparison to food access. You see what I'm saying? So we definitely want to make sure that we check in with you all on a regular basis too as an organization so that we are in alignment.
So thank y'all for coming. My baby's got good up out there with y'all too. I need a smaller shirt. I'm also a little weight. Walking out there with y'all. And avid attendee of the night market. I look for Mr. J every month so I can get my turmeric shot. And my brother done bought plenty of pink pineapples and all the things. So definitely identifying a need and providing a resource, all about solutions. I love that idea. I do echo the sentiments of Director Jordan that it was publicized before it was brought in an official capacity. Since we wear multiple hats, there were multiple conversations had, and I know y'all have dealt with your share of administrative tangles. So glad to see that you're still active and still passionate about being a part of this community. I mean, there's nothing like showing up. Talking is, like Mama used to say, cheap. Making my fried chicken, even if they don't sell it on Saturday night. But it's a good thing. It's a commendable thing to see you on a regular basis. Let me say that. I have one quick question, and I didn't get to ask it when we had our conversation. Can you talk about the, not statistics, but the number of, in comparison to some of the other markets that you've seen, do you see as much fresh produce in those markets as we have at our market at the 1887 First Night Market? I know we have a diverse market of products and services that are offered on our first Saturdays. What do you see when you're going to the other markets as far as not really diversity, but that fresh produce access?
So it depends on which market you go to and which community. Everything's tailored towards that community and what that community wants and needs. Downtown, there is less because there's a Publix right across the street. So people can just go to Publix and get their produce and their fresh food. Whereas Winter Garden, they created an entire entire event pavilion, and they turned that into an entire produce section where farmers can come there. They have cashiers, and it's kind of like an outdoor grocery store, an open air grocery store. If you go to Lake Mary, it doesn't have heavy produce because there are grocery stores in all of those areas, and in less than a mile walking distance. If we come here to, same with Maitland, right? There's a Publix in Maitland. And if we come to Winter Park, they have a lot of produce at theirs too, but Winter Park, there's access to other things as well. And so it really, it has to be defined by that community, right? You know what I'm saying? So we had two produce vendors, right? Three actually.
We normally
We
would
usually
say
have about two to three.
or three.
As in food wise, and then we have plants as well.
If you just Google shortage of Black farmers in Florida, you will see a dialogue as to why we probably have less where we would like to have more. And the relationships that we're building have the reach to bring in more farmers, because if you look at the descendants of freedmen and you look at us in our farmlands, sharecroppers, things of that nature, you will see that it has systematically dwindled to where we were just 50, 60 years ago, you know? So what we're hoping to do by housing this food campus is that now we have an attractive place to bring these people here, and we can now go from 2 to 3 to 6 to 10, you know, so we have a variety. Just like when you have two Publix across, we see that in Polk County all the time, two Publix across the street from each other, you know what I'm saying? We can have a multitude of
They
farmers.
talk to their market though. The Lakeland, the downtown Lakeland market is actually, they shut down the main street. And it's about 4 to 5 blocks. And they got a produce block on each block. So they shut down an entire road and it's packed every Saturday.
Yeah.
And that's in Lakeland. Same thing in those, but those are more country areas, but they have Publixes everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's a Publix, and that's where Publix is actually founded. The headquarters are in Lakeland. So, you know, it just really depends on that community.
Yeah.
Thank you for that insight.
Thank you.
And economically, I'm gonna tell you, because I do have a niece, and she does have her business, she and her husband, and they do the Italian ice, so I can tell you this from firsthand knowledge, Junker.
Okay, yeah, we know.
You see what I'm saying? You heard me. And I'm gonna tell you, she did, what they have told me, that this the most money that they make when they come to this monthly night market. You know, so I do know that you definitely have a grave, economic impact. So, kudos to you guys and what you have been doing here in the community, and it is much needed, you know, but, and thank you, but you gotta talk to the people.
Appreciate it. Right? And we'll do.
Definitely. Especially from a culture and heritage perspective, man, I think it's much needed in this community, being the oldest black municipality. But besides that, man, I just think, you know, it's just a great need for it. And for you to have that vision to bring it here, man. But I think the most challenging part is gonna be what we spoke about the other night, and I don't wanna get into too much of the weeds of that, but speaking to the residents in that extra area that it's gonna be in, man, in terms of you guys having a police presence, which would probably be something that you would have to hire out, you know, over time. I don't know how that exactly works, but we wanna make sure that we're protecting the citizens in our community as far as the roads closures, and you know, it's a lot of different variables that play a part in you guys being able to operate that market. And hopefully it doesn't be too challenging. We're willing to help you guys in any way possible to make sure that we're pushing forward. And I know Mr. Johnson, he's, you know, really experienced at, you know, dealing with things like this, because he's done multiple events in this town that regulated with road closures and things of that nature. So let's make sure that we're dotting our I's, crossing our T's, and being safe at all times also.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Jonathan, we are ready for this presentation.
Madam Chair, I know that we raised at a previous meeting regards to the TIF. And I thought it was important that we bring some clarity to, so everybody understands what's going on and what the parameters action action. I yield to the attorney to start the conversation. On statute.
So, with regards to the question of outstanding bills, or outstanding TIF funds, the question was, at one point in time, was there a waiver of those amounts by the county that was owed to the CRA from the town? I communicated with, along with the executive director, Mr. Byron Brooks, and also Jason Reynolds with Orange County. And while Mr. Reynolds was able to provide documentation of a meeting that took place back on November 30th, looks like 2024, is what it looks like. And the question was, and what was brought before the county commission board at that time was the town's request to waive the county's right to enforce the town's incremental payments and related late fees and interest penalties relating to the period 1997 through 2003 contingent on successful performance under the amended interlocal agreement and to the extent allowed by law. And looking at this, and it was moved and it was voted on and unanimously approved by the county commission. So I want to make sure that that's made clear that they did vote and that they unanimously approved to waive the county's right to enforce the town's incremental payments and related late fees and interest penalties. However, pursuant to Florida law, specifically chapter 163.3872B, the only entity that is able to waive the penalties as well as the interest that's due is the agency. The county has no role, the town has no role, the agency has that role. And so the catch-all, as Mr. Reynolds indicated in his emails communications with myself and Mr. Johnson, the catch-all to them was to the extent allowed by law. And when you look at the law, once again, chapter 163.3872B specifically states that any taxing authority that does not pay the increment revenues to the trust fund by January 1st shall pay to the trust fund an amount equal to 5% of the amount of the increment revenues. That's the first part. That's the first penalty payment that it talks about. It then goes on to say, and shall pay interest on the amount of the unpaid increment revenues equal to 1% for each month the increment is outstanding. So that's the other part of the penalty if it's not paid. And that's that 1997 to 2003. The part that is of interest here is the part that says, provided the agency may waive such penalty payments in whole or in part. And the agency that it is speaking of in this context is the Community Redevelopment Agency, which in this context is the TOECRA. So from the standpoint of the effect of the Board of County Commission's vote to waive the payments owed by the town to the TOECRA, it has no effect pursuant to Florida law.
Well, Madam Chair, what I wanted everybody to see what the real numbers look like. Based upon this information which was provided to us by the public. So we can look at it in real time, real numbers, and understand. Tonight, we're asking you in a resolution, what are those penalties, interest, take that out altogether. And at some future point, have a discussion about this.
Attorney Jackson, thank you, Director Johnson. Don't be mad. Okay, you run that back for
Again,
Yes, sir. Just so I can make sure all my notes are right.
November 30th of 2024.
24. Oh,
2004, sorry, yes, ma'am. Back
Okay.
on November 30th of 2004, the Board of County Commissioners, Orange County Board of County Commissioners, which is, so most people know, but just to be clear, there are two taxing authorities for the TOECRA. One is Orange County, the other is the town of Beaconville. So the town of Beaconville had a meeting at some point in time, and as part of that meeting, and there was an MOU that came out of that because of non-payments by the town. And so the town at that juncture went to the Board of County Commissioners and said, we would like for you all to waive the requirement for us to make those payments. We want you all to waive that. It's my, and you know, listen, a lot of folks don't dig into the statutes the way that I understand that, and that's not a knock on anyone else. And no one probably had any reason to think about that this way. And so this is no knock on anyone. I just want to make sure I make that clear. And so I think that the town at that time did what they thought was the appropriate or take the appropriate step, which was to go to the other taxing authority that puts its money into the TIF funds and say, hey, listen, we haven't been paying. You know, we haven't been paying. And so what we're asking is, in order for you to come back to the table and continue to pay, so that's the part that's talked about, we're also asking you all to waive what we did not pay between 1997 and 2003. The Board of County Commissioners obviously are wanting to work with the town because, again, I say an MOU came about to where it did come back to the table and it did agree to put monies back into the tip, and that was a great thing. And so in doing their part, they also said, okay, if we have the authority to, and that's where it comes in to the extent allowed by law, if we have the authority to waive the monies that's owed, we'll waive it. And that's what they did. The unfortunate thing is that pursuant to the statute dictates, and again, that is 163.3872B, it dictates that the only entity that can waive the penalty payments. So because they can't waive the increment funds, they can't waive that. The only thing that can be waived is the penalties that's owed. Again, the penalties that's owed is 5% of the amount of the increment revenues at the time that it's due, and 1% of the monthly increment that is outstanding. So those are the penalties that will be due. The only thing that can be waived are those penalty payments. And those penalty payments, per the statute, says that provided the agency may waive such penalty payments in whole or in part. So it only gives the agency, not the taxing authorities, who puts money into the TIP fund or into the trust fund. It only gives the agency the ability and the authority to waive those penalty payments.
The 5 and the 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, attorney, point out to them that in that same language, this doesn't happen until the sunset. The waiver does not take place until the sunset.
That's right, yes.
So
The waiver by the agency.
even if the county was, let's say the law there was no law that stops them from, it doesn't take effect to the sunset period, the way they wrote it. So it's an ongoing thing until you sunset.
What is an ongoing?
The
amount due.
The penalties that are accrued.
It never goes away until you sunset.
Because in other words, the question was asked, and rightfully so, the question was asked, is there statute of limitations as to when these monies are due? Because you're looking back several years.
Right.
You're looking back several years. Exactly. But and we talked about this one time before, because it's a recurring penalty that continues to accrue until such time that it is satisfied, that there's no statute of limitations on a recurring penalty that has not been paid.
So would it be safe to assume that if in 2004, they paid the balance that was owed and any accrued penalties at that time, we wouldn't be having this conversation today?
That's the correct statement, yes, ma'am.
So then the understanding is not only that 97 to 2003 is due, but everything from 97 to 2026, as far as penalties are concerned that have accrued, are also due.
But only the penalties for 97 to 2003. So the penalties would not attach to
04 to today.
If they were paying, the penalties will not attach to the parts that have been paid.
If the town of Eatonville was paying,
Right.
then those penalties would not be applicable.
And when we talk about penalties, we're talking about if in 2004, and I'm going to say because it did happen in 2004. In 2004, when the amount was paid, there's no penalty on the 2004, but that does not obviate that there are penalties from 97 to 2003.
That are still actively accruing.
Yes.
So when I worked with you, Mr. Executive Director, and we kept having the meetings, and I remember you bringing Orange County forward to discuss this. And they said that everything, say it again?
I wasn't there yet. I left in 2000. They came before you in 2003 or 4. I wasn't there.
Yes, you were. I remember working with you, and that lady came from Orange County because you had her here, and they said everything was forgiven. And after that, we've never said anything else about that.
That's not true.
And so when I remember Miss Marilyn Davis Scunyons always discussing this. And that was one thing that we always went through, that this was forgiven. And if the funds were forgiven, then what are we paying interest on?
So, and maybe you can bring clarity. First of all, the funds never were forgiven. Your funds are not forgiven until the end of your sunset period. It says until all. Read this section for me. Contingent upon successful performance under the amended interlocal agreement. Successful performance, we're still under amended interlocal agreement. It doesn't end until 2027. So you have to complete the successful. So if the town did something and didn't put the money in the fund or did not do something, they can basically shut it down right now at that point.
So I do remember the auditor stating too in one of the audits is that it's a good thing that the town repaid the CRA their funds back. Otherwise, we would have had something to pay. That was in one of the audits.
Well, one of the reasons we went back to the county directly, so we can get their version, and that's why these are the documents they provided to us and the information they provided. They understand the question was the money forgiven? Mr. Reynolds' initial response was, that is partially true. It
So
was
that-
forgiven,
Okay.
right? But under these terms, you get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying,
Yeah.
but just like you guys are giving us opinion, why didn't you have Orange County come back again tonight to explain this to us?
I didn't know we wanted Orange County to come, but we've been in constant
I
communication.
think that we would need a better explanation of this, not to say that, you know, I want to hear what they were saying.
Okay, I'll ask Mr. Reynolds.
And if you had the email, you guys had the email, why didn't we get a copy of the email to go along with what you are saying?
Well, I'll share with you the communication.
I'd rather speak with Orange County. So is there anyone at Orange County that I can call and speak with so they can really explain this to me? Because I do remember the meeting when they said that.
Mr. Reynolds is the person, I'll get you his contact information.
Okay, cool. Because I remember at the time I was working with you and you were the executive director and we was at the building across the street. I do remember that. Okay.
My question is this debt is an old debt. Have we been audited or has there been any audit in this saying that the debt was forgiven or the debt, we didn't have to pay this debt because we're talking about something in 1996. And I want to understand, this is an old debt and they do have, like they have debt forgiveness for personal, they have debt forgiveness for businesses too. So is we in an area where this debt is forgiveness or is there such a thing as debt forgiveness for a city municipality? Because this is a very old debt. It's not anything new. And my question again is old debt, and I understand money's money, you want your money, but why hasn't this been dealt with before today? Why have we not asked for this money before today? What?
Over multiple years, the finance department had received invoices after invoices after invoices. Bills. For some reason, they never dealt with it. Because they were on the premise that what Director Thomas was saying, that it was forgiven. We're trying to explain to you what the forgiveness was.
So where are the
And
invoices?
statutorily and by the Board of County Commissioners. The forgiveness was only at the end of the sunset period, when it's over, and you met all the guidelines and all of that stuff. But they covered themselves. There's no better way to say it. We got hurt, okay? But they covered themselves to the full extent of the law, knowing that the law did not allow them to do what they were telling them.
Then you try.
Multiple times. On multiple occasions.
One time you tried to do
Yes.
transaction.
Yes.
It was like,
The state gave you,
Yeah.
allowed us to do a recommendation, but the board at that time. So this is not something new. This has been ongoing. And it's been ongoing for a long time. But no matter what we do here today, the resolution is to get rid of the penalties of interest today. So we don't even have to have that discussion. The only discussion that has to be had going forward is the dealing with the money that's owed to the trust. And there's many ways to resolve that. I just wanted us to have the conversation because we had the conversation and we needed to get clarity so the board can have clarity, both on not just the CRE board, but the city council side too. So the only place you can go to get that information is Orange County.
And Director Greathouse, I will tell you, I also recall, because I've been sitting here since 2014 with the break for some time. And I also recall, when, I want to say that Chair Cole was here at the time, but I think there was a bit of a transition. And everyone was saying that the debt had been forgiven. I recall hearing the same thing. So that doesn't trigger me. The only time I'm triggered is when Orange County, because the comptroller then provided the numbers of what's actually owed. And then the trigger for me is, if this is money that is actually owed per the law, are we as an agency entitled to that money? So I don't go looking and saying, hey, when someone comes to me and says, hey, is this accurate and are they owed? I go to the statute, I go to the law, and I say it is or it is not. And so based on my read of the law, this is what it tells me. And also, I also look to see, because my question also was, this is, as Chair said, this is decades. Is there a way that this is forgiven or the debt just goes away? But in my reading of the statute, because the statute says that this is an occurring penalty, an occurring debt, until it's paid, this is occurring. There's no statute of limitations on something that continues to accrue over time. Statutory.
So what you're saying, what you're telling me, that down through the years, this has just been an ongoing debt that has not been resolved. That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that I recently found out, as I believe this board has, that this debt had not been satisfied. Where they thought that the debt had been waived or forgiven by Orange County does not have the authority to waive this debt. Does not have the authority to waive these penalties or the payments that are due, I should say.
So what you're telling me that Orange County we assume that Orange County had waived the debt. That's what we assume, that the debt was forgiven and Orange County waived it. That's what, am I correct? I'm new at this, but I'm trying to understand this.
Well, they told us that. Yes, ma'am, that's what they told us.
Uh-huh.
That was the assumption.
That was the assumption.
Yes.
Right. But like I said, the language that they put in there that kind of pulls it all back. They say, okay, listen, we'll do it unless the law says we can't. And that's when they say, to the extent allowed by law. That's what they said. So we'll waive it, we'll do it. But if the law says different, we have to go with what the law says. And the law says different pursuant to 163.387 2B.
Yeah, this is old news. It's been going on for quite some time.
So,
This only came about the conversation that the board had previously. And I wanted to make sure we were all on the same grounds of information. So that's why I want to come back here and presentation to make sure that we were in communication with Orange County, with the voter office. These are not our numbers, these are their numbers.
so Attorney Jackson, once again, the outstanding debt is a threefold debt. Is that correct? Increment payment, 5% penalty, 1% penalty.
Monthly, so one is at the time that the payment is due, the 5%, and then the 1% monthly is the other portion.
And this board has the ability to waive the 5% and the 1% today.
Because I think we're skipping past that. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that Orange County, the way this request is written, does not have the authority to forgive the increment payment that was owed. Let me just stay right there for a second. Orange County does not have the legal authority to forgive the 97 to 2003 increment payment that was due from the town to the TOECRA. Is that correct? Okay. And the only person that does have that authority, correct me if I'm wrong, is the agency.
Think about it like this. I mean, as I'm sitting here, it just kind of hit me. It's almost like a child support payment.
Mhm.
If you have a child support payment, you cannot waive a child support payment. If the person that,
As a respondent
if a person owes child support, no matter how much time passes, they still owe it. Statutorily, they still owe it. This is similar to, it just hit me that way because are there debts that continue until they are paid? Yes, and that is one of them. And so even the parent who has the child that the child support is owed to cannot waive that amount. They cannot waive the child support that's owed per statute. No one can do that. It stays remaining and due until such time that that debt is fully paid by the parent who owes the money. In this particular case, using that analogy, the town of Beatonville is the parent that owes the money. The Orange County is the other parent that may have visitation rights and things like that. They can't come and say, yeah, you owe money for this child support, but we're going to waive and forgive it so you can't pay it. You don't have to pay it.
But the courts can't.
In this case, so there's nothing in here that says that the courts can't. What it says here is that the agency has that ability.
Right, with the agency being equivalent to the court. The town of Eatonville is dad, sorry, dad. The town of Eatonville is dad, and, sorry, dad. And the agency is, excuse me, the town of Eatonville is dad and Orange County is mom. Orange County can't say, dad, I forgive that debt. But the courts, AKA the agency, can come in and say, we see y'all trying to work together, y'all splitting custody, and so we forgive the debt that was owed from year 1 to year 5.
Well, we recognize that you all had shared custody for a certain period of time, so you don't owe for the time that you had to share custody with the child, but you still owe whatever money is due. But yes.
So and
you
just,
still went through this process.
right, just guide me. So okay, so let's say that the agency says, okay, we'll forgive 97 to 2003. Is that a fair assessment? To say that the agency has the authority, and I'm talking just increment, don't drag me into penalties yet, just increment. No one has the authority. So can you read that part again?
So statutorily, the only thing that the statute gives the agency the ability to waive are the penalties. It does not,
Okay.
It does not give the agency the ability to waive the increment payments that were due that were not paid.
Okay. And then when we move on to the 5% and the 1%, the statute does give the agency and the agency alone the authority to waive or not to waive.
With the penalties.
The penalties, talking just penalties, because you told me increment can't be touched. So just penalties. Does the agency have the authority to waive just the penalties? Is that what you just said? We have penalty and interest, which is 5% and 1%.
But, and Mr. Johnson and I have not talked about this. And I don't care what Mr. Johnson thinks. In my opinion, I believe that the agency in the town can actually come to an agreement outside of the total amount. So that's my opinion. And what shows me that is what Orange County and the town did in coming back to the table in 2004, because to put it out there right now, the county isn't paying what they're supposed to be paying statutorily, which is a whole nother issue. So
You just took me somewhere else, and I was trying to stay at 5 and 1.
Right, so, but in my opinion, can the agency and the town work on something other than this amount?
Yes.
I believe that it can.
And do you have statute to support that we can lean on?
I do not have statute.
But based off your read of the law,
Based on
it's a fair assumption to say we can work something out.
Based on the interaction between Orange County and the town of Beatonville in addressing what was owed previously, based on Orange County's self-imposed reduction of TIF funds that do not match statutorily, I would say that there could be an argument made to support that. And I would say that because the statute is silent in that, and I make an argument, I can make an argument if that is what the town and the CRA would like to do.
Okay. But we do have the authority to waive the 5% penalty and the 1% interest to date.
Yes, ma'am.
So from 1997 to 2026, we have authority to waive.
So remember, not 20, it's
Because
only,
it's recurring, right? Ongoing?
so when you say from 1997 to 2026, I want to make sure that we're only just talking about the amounts that's related to 97 to 2003. There are no penalties attached to any of the incremental funding beyond that point. So we say from 97 to 2006. I don't want there to be some misunderstanding that the town has penalties from 2004 to 2006, but you're saying to the extent that penalties have accrued on
Right.
97 to 2003 from the date of from the date that it occurred until now, then yes.
And that's what's reflected here.
Yes, ma'am.
This small portion at the top right are the penalties that we're looking at potentially waiving. Top right, where it's redacted just slightly.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me,
And that's
My-
my resolution.
my, my question is, have, when balancing the books or had an audit, why this was never called either an audit or balancing our budget? I mean, if this big of debt had occurred, wouldn't we have had it in an audit before now, saying that we owe this money?
At minimum on the town side.
So I'm just a legal guy.
I'm just asking a question because this is a lot of money that is not accounted for. It seemed like to me, an audit or a balancing the budget or projected budget for the year, this money some kind of way should have been in the budget. I'm just. Can somebody explain that to me, please?
Yeah. So if this is what's supposed to be in the budget, but yet you guys came and told us we owe you 300 and some odd thousand, where did that come from?
That came from the forensic audit, and that's already been cleared up. We've already.
Okay, and then my other question too is that 1 minute we are the parents, and the next minute you are total independent of this town. So if you consider yourself totally and independent of this town, then this has nothing to do with child support or nothing like that. If that's the case, you're total independent and we owe you nothing.
So my analogy should not be taken.
I understand what you're saying.
That was just to explain, are there circumstances where you have that's
I get that.
forgiveness period. I'm not gonna back away from what the statutory
And
says in
exactly.
regards to the independent and distinct nature of CRAs from the governing bodies.
And I get that, and I do, and I'm not gonna back away from what I know Mr. Johnson had Orange County, when I worked up under here, came through and Orange County had said it was forgiven, and in the audit, if I'm not mistaken, I forgot what year it was in that audit, and matter of fact, I think I may have it at home, and I just have to go look it up. But I know that it was forgiven, and all this money had never, ever come up until whenever you brought it up. Well, I guess whenever we're in the process of doing all of these projects, and then I've said enough.
So
That's it. I'm good.
Let me clear up where this started at. Myself, the mayor, both finance people, and both secretaries, and Mr. Daniels met, and we wanted to clean up all of this. 322 and all these other numbers that was floating out there. And how many hours we sat in that room? 3 hours?
If not more.
Right. And we ended up resolving the issue about the 322. And it came down to, there still was an outstanding there, $16,000, right? And that was taken. And there was an additional, we dealt with each issue separately. There was an additional withdrawal from the CRA trust fund that nobody knew about. And we got that resolved. And that's been resolved. There's a joint memo between myself and the CAO that's already been signed. Well, I got it signed. To memorialize all of these conversations that we had. You weren't at the second meeting.
No.
Right, you were at the first. So this is about the accumulation of about 6 hours worth of time of really digging into the finances. One of the questions at our meeting was, what else is it? So we can make sure we properly address everything. So we don't have to keep doing that. because I understand the mayor don't want to take this baggage into her administration. So we wanted to make sure we made sure all the books was clean. I agree with you. At some point, the auditors and the finance department should have been tracking and keeping up with it because the language in the document here approved by the Board of County Commission is crystal clear. There's no ambiguous language. The forgiveness does not happen until after the end. Why it was not being articulated that way, I have no idea. And for the record, in 2002, I left the CRA. This issue happened and got resolved in 2004. I was nowhere around. So I don't want people thinking I was around when the county came around and all of this stuff was going on. I was nowhere around. In an effort to clear up all of the financial information, this is just part of it. This is the tail end of what was discussed in our joint meeting. And this is the tail end of that. And whatever, if they would have came back and said that Jason Reynolds and Brian Bruce would have came back and said, you know what? That's a mute issue. Guess what? You would have been told it's a mute issue. But they didn't do that. They gave the answer that is partially true. And the reason they say it's partially true, because we have not reached our sunset period for the forgiveness to even happen. And that's in pure language out of county records and county minutes, as I provided to everybody so you can see it. So we're trying to clean up all predecessors' situation. And I understand the mayor not wanting to take that back into this. But unfortunately, this is a product of cleaning everything up. We're just trying to be transparent and make sure everybody understands the information and receive this information. And if the board wants Jason Reynolds or whoever the CEO designate to come talk about it, there's another gentleman name that's on the email, I forgot his name, but that I had never heard of. But if it makes you comfortable to understand another perspective and explanation, then I don't have a problem. I was only trying to follow the mandate that we were given to do. And this is the product of that. Now, I put on the agenda with a resolution to waive all of the penalties in it. And that's why that resolution's on. And that's through if you look at the date on the resolution, it's through 2027, December through December of 2027. So there's no more accumulation of penalty, there's no more accumulation of interest, or anything. And like the attorney said, after we understand that, now it's just communicating with the CRA and the town on how to deal with the other issues. But we have to give you the real numbers. I'm not trying to fabricate anything to you. What I'm showing you and what the attorney is explaining to you is based upon the actions of both boards, the action of the law, and the action of their policy that they create. That's it.
I think we definitely need to nip it in the bud, especially with dealing with this particular item. As long as we've been dealing with it, I know Orange County had their discretion on how they looked at it, but legally they couldn't do what they did. It was apparent because they said it, right? They said they want to go by the law. And of course, we're the only ones as an agency that could forgive anything in terms of anything that's in debt or the town that's owed to the agency. But I think in a nutshell, we need to, I know we're dealing with the 5% and the 1%. And if we can come to some kind of conclusion on ironing this out and just getting it done, because every year is the same situation. And I believe that it was a finding, but it just wasn't established and brought out publicly. That's just my discretion of looking at it. But I think it was a finding, but it just wasn't talked about. You know what I'm saying? Because we know, being up here and dealing with this issue, as long as we've been dealing with it, it just had been sought out the way it should have, and it just kept, it was like a domino effect. You can't get away from it. You get a ticket, a red light ticket, I don't care what you do, you ain't getting away from it, right? But the agency can say, you know what, I'm gonna forgive you for that. Here we are, this and that. And I think that's what we need to come to a conclusion of doing right now versus sitting here going back and forth and being in the same setting a year from now, going into our fiscal year, having the same headache. So I think as an agency, as a board, we need to make sure that we're clearing this up right here, and I can understand where the chair is coming from too. Not wanting this headache, going into her, administrator, duties as a mayor or a chair. I definitely will want it. So hopefully we can clear this up sooner than later.
I just want to add one thing to it. This wasn't in 2004. I started working May 2005, and that's when I don't know exactly when you came back, but I remember I started working May 2005, and you were the executive director.
2002, 2010,
I know I left in 2010.
and I came back in 2010. I wasn't here between 2002 and
I know, I
2010.
think I started 2005, May 2005, and worked 5 years. So, yeah, I'm sure it was.
I don't intend to cross hats tonight, but considering that 5 members of this board sit on the other side that are equally responsible, I mean, I appreciate that you can share the concern for having to take this to the town. And it's unfortunate to hear that it's not just the town of Eatonville that is allegedly responsible for this deficit. I need numbers. I mean, can we get to the numbers? I didn't know if Ms. Bradshaw had a presentation tonight or Mr. Johnson was gonna go through the numbers.
Like me.
I ain't met y'all yet.
And you don't.
Their presentation.
We got about 20 years.
So the number for the 5% penalty is $31,713.26. So if you're looking at the handout that you were given, that's the very first column. You'll see that it's blacked out, and then you'll see that number in that column. The total amount of interest due is $1,865,000, and I'm sorry, sometimes my little triangle may work. $633.97. So that is the total between the 5% interest and the total 5% penalty, and the total interest due of $2,531,600. $2,531,612.45. So this is the amount that can be waived.
That is easy.
Yes.
So say that, the amount that could be forgiven again.
I think it's a no-brainer. Like, what are we doing? That's logic.
Uh,
That way we won't have to keep going back.
I might not need the glasses, but I need a little ABC mouse.
$2,531,612
Is the total amount due. I see that.
Right.
$612.45. So that's the amount of the 5% penalty of over 31,000, and then the total interest amount of over 1.8 million.
Because the square at the bottom of the 1% is redacted. And then we see that the months reduce as the year goes by. And so I'm assuming that 348 is the total number of months between 97 and today.
Correct.
So yeah, those numbers are the months, and the interest is collected at 1% every month on the first of every month.
1% of
So
the
12% a
monthly
year.
increment
12% a year.
that is outstanding. So we gonna have to play calculus right quick.
So we come to the conclusion of.
Just get rid of that.
Yeah, so what will we owe, well, what will the town?
The only amount that's left over, and I need to double check, because when you look at the PowerPoint presentation, but you look at the numbers they provided, those years, those two different numbers, they're showing 451,000. If you look at what the comptroller provided, it comes out to 634,265.
So what number are we going with?
Let me verify, and I'll send out an email.
Yeah, because I think that'll be the best educated decision to make. That way
I think
we'll be ahead of everything that's in front of us, because this is a significant amount of money. If we don't go the route that I think we should go, and it's gonna cause us less headaches by, you know what I'm saying?
Let's do the easy part first.
Yeah.
I'm still stuck on the easy part. So just carry me along. So column, technically, the next column, not the 31,000, but the first redacted column following the 31,000, the 1% interest. The numbers the figures that are in that column are the 1% of the monthly increment that is outstanding, which is the dollar amount that's listed in the town of Eatonville CRA payment. This $191.67 is 1% of the 19,000, right? That 1% is the interest, the
So the
1% interest
interest,
that's
right.
due on that 19,000.
Right, the interest on that money was $191.67.
That makes sense. Okay.
Right, and then you multiply that by the number of months that the interest has not been paid.
Which is a lot.
Which is 348 months.
Yeah.
That it has not been paid. So let's look at it this way. Every year since the interlocal agreement was adopted by the county, by the town, that they could have easily paid, what's that, first month? The first number was $958.36. So they could have reduced every TIF payment by those numbers, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation, but they chose not to.
And that's something that we can't even worry about.
We can't worry about that now, but they chose not to. So by ignoring the problem, it accumulated all this interest. The principal cannot go anywhere. That is due. The 600 and that I need to verify that 634, 265.22 is different from what's in the PowerPoint that Orange County provided. So I need to make sure that number's back.
I think we just need to be responsible to take a loss. I ain't gonna say it's a loss, but just take the responsibility of being able to do what we need to do, especially waiving all the 1% and the 5% that could essentially be a whole lot more than what we're able to put, responsible to pay. That's gonna cut that like almost in three right there, which will help us tremendously.
The reason the resolution is to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
Let's stop the bleeding on that side of it.
There's a whole lot of it right now before we hit the main artery. So I think that would be the most sensible thing to do is this agency that we sit on forgive the 1% and the 5%. That way we'll break it all the way down, right? And then on the town side, they will only owe us the number I'm hoping in the 4 instead of the 6, right? Because we're in it together at the end of the day. We're in it together. We want to make sure that we're taking care of each other, iron sharpen iron, right? So let's make sure that we're taking care of both agencies, man, on the town side and the CRA side. So I think it'll be a win-win for everybody. That way, the town will just owe the TOECRA whatever amount of money that you said, and whether we pay it to them, I don't know how that would work. I don't know how it would look, but we got to make some kind of payment to make sure that we're paying.
And let's go back to what the attorney said, that we can all work together,
Yes,
the
right.
town side and the CRA side.
And that's exactly what.
Let's get with the county, see what they telling us. Please, executive director, integrate the communication back to what the county said. All right, and if Director Thomas, if you don't mind doing your research and letting us know what it is that you said that you may have in your findings since you were on the board, I recommend, or I would like to make a motion if that's where we at. So
We're not.
Okay, well, anyway.
I wasn't on the board, I was an employee.
Okay, employee board, whatever, because we got a bunch of stories out here that I'm hearing right now. And I say, listen, if we could come back and revisit, yes, I understand that things are accruing, but they also could potentially go away. So that's where.
I'm even glad that we're to this point because
That's
in the
where
past,
I'm at, folks.
in the past,
And
it wasn't even a discussion.
yes, sir.
I'm telling you,
I'm
but
sorry.
It wasn't even, it wasn't even to the point to where we can even have a conversation about
We
it.
talking about.
Because it was forgotten about that bad. You know what I'm saying? Which was, I feel like was unethical.
It's too much.
But I'm glad that we're to a phase where we're at now. That's why I say the chair is one of the most transparent person I've sat up here with since, my tenure. So. Yeah, to this
Thank you
point.
for your transparency.
So I know that this was a presentation, and there's more discussion coming. It sounds like we're ready to continue with the agenda for tonight. We are ready for citizen participation.
Our first citizen participant is Michelle.
Okay, question I have two. Our first question is, usually after presentation, do you do public comment? So.
No, just public hearings or ordinances. For
Okay.
presentations, they're primarily for the board information. But
Alright.
citizen participation is to follow that in case you have any comments about.
Yes, I do.
Yes. You have 3 minutes, Ms. Ford.
All right, I'm gonna get it done. I'm gonna try my best to get it done in that time period. So, two things. The first thing is this, the night market. No one did, we actually found out another resident online. So June the 5th, you're looking at the night market CRA logo on it, and no one talked to us. I've been there since, it wasn't even 515 Lemon Street, it was 300 Lemon Street. We know all our residents over there. So to come in there and wanna put a night market, like, we know it's commercial. Because you know what? They had the club there, they were there on Saturday night, right? We don't have a problem, you had the daycare, that's Monday through Friday. But to go inside of there and say you're gonna do a marketing, you don't even come talk to us. The streets are narrow. What did the police say? What did the planner say? Like, you can't just set up shop and just say, we're gonna be here, and that y'all do the walkthrough. No, that's not the way you do it. First, it should be citizens input. What do the people around there say? When we come home, we wanna be at home. Now you got churches, people in the fellowship, and now we have Sunday. Now the CAO gave a perfect thing, because I'm all about a farmer's market. I love it. We got this strip right here. We got two, that's where they had the night out. Why can't they come there? They could set up the farmer's market, don't have to be taken down. They just ride up behind it, put their stuff there. CAO said, we got the library, there's a field, do it right there. But talk to people first. Because what it seems like is this, you just came to somebody's house, you set up shop, and then you come here and say, we're giving you 2-week notice. Now, y'all probably worked that out with him months ago, but we never knew. Because to advertise something and have it June, and you having it in July the 4th and the 5th, and don't talk to nobody, that's not fair. And that's not how this board is supposed to handle themselves. They did mention it at the meeting on May 21st. The director said there was conversations that y'all had. He was bringing it back. He never brought it back. Get a copy of the minutes and listen to the meeting, because it's there. The other thing I have is financial oversight. When I looked at the auditor's report, it says that, which did not include the amount that is listed, is what we're going saying interest and owe. So I first urge this board, sit down with Orange County, not just one, everybody. Because that is the entity that gives the town, the TOECRA, the money. I have a problem because with all the misoversight that's going on here, we actually need a financial oversight. We need someone to break down these projects. It's such an urgency now to get the money, because congratulations to the CRA, you got the 300,000, but you still need a remaining amount of $150,000. So are we just searching for money? Put the people first, not the business.
Thank you for it.
Next, we have Mr. Ryan.
Salutations, Dan and Julian. Now I got to dig into my time to talk about what you had done, and I just want to say that presentation. Please take note that that's the perfect blend of a phenomenal idea mixed with the right layer of AI. That was awesome. Fucking love it. Pardon my language, but yes. And I cannot give any more support than this, that I am 100% in favor of bringing the night market weekly if that's what it takes. And that presentation and what is asked of this CRA does fall squarely within the 1997 plan. So it is absolutely an on-board ask for what the CRA was designed to do. All right, now I gotta go into other things. You guys got a bunch of stuff bundled in consent agenda. Items 3 through 10 into a single vote with no separate discussion. Come on, guys. That's gonna include removing spending freeze on the largest projects, opening a line of credit, 3 months of financials, 4 sets of minutes. Man, I don't know who puts these things together, but asking you guys to approve something in one fell swoop that large in one vote is not a transparent process at all. The financial statements behind items 4 through 6, the April 30, May 7 minutes, they're not even in the packet. I hope you guys have them. But item 12, that's kind of the big one. On that one, I want to be careful here because what was put forth here does, whatever you have in your spreadsheet and whatever was put together by staff tonight, that spreadsheet was created there and the board is seeing it tonight for the first time. Right now, it seems like you guys are just getting eyes on this. No proper review. That's not a document anyone had in the packet to review. We didn't get a chance to see it. There's no public comment that we could really examine to say anything on it. So I would be careful that numbers shown for you the first time should not be voted on the same night. And the part that I'd ask the board to slow down on is that item 12 doesn't just waive penalties and presumably interest, well, I'll touch on it in just a second. It also ratifies and records that $634,000 as confirmed debt without any computations behind it, any actual items month by month to show it one by one. So you guys are gonna ratify a 23-year-old debt without seeing any real information outside of a spreadsheet? Come on, guys. So, council, I would ask, I looked at, I knew which statute we were gonna look at, so I also had someone review 163.372B. It says to waive such penalty payments. The statute lists penalties and interest separately, so I would just caution that can interest truly be waived through this process? I don't know for sure, so please investigate that. But guys, the moment you do vote on this, you also accept the debt. And the very moment you do waive it, let's assume that interest can be waived and that $2 million, what have you, the interest starts right over again. Because there's no scheduled payment, there's nothing else that says when or how it's going to happen, other than an email later with what the final amount might be. Thank you.
Alright,
Yeah.
next we have Wes Arby.
Woo! Right, that's impossible to follow, but I always got something in my bag.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Miss Greyhouse, when I got here, I recognized her and I went over to her and I said, I wanted to shake your hand. Because you were the person, when I looked at the tape of when Mr. Tommy Dixon's property, I believe, was swindled away from him because he was incompetent to give it away or to sell it for $7,000. There were 3 people on that tape that I recognized that are still in this room. And she said, I don't think this is right. I'm paraphrasing. I don't think it's right. This is not right. But of course, they did it anyway, because that's what we do here. We just violate people and we get away with it and we keep doing it. But thank you. I've been wanting to meet you for some time. Thank you for that. The CRA is a hoodwink and a bamboozle all together. It's always information dumped at the last minute to confuse people. Not only that, technically, you don't have any representation here as counsel because you have the lawyer who sued us representing you. In my opinion, it's a conflict of interest. You shouldn't be voting on or doing much of anything with this. As with every week, it's a problem with CRA business getting done. Part of it is in the way it's being set up. It's a tradition, that I just saw an article, I can't believe, in the Orlando Sentinel that says, I might be reading it wrong, that Mr. Johnson told
the town that in 2000, that did over $500,000 in penalties in 2002 or 2005. It's in here. And I support the night market. Always have. Always. Orlando Center.
Last we have.
Good evening, everyone. Angie Gardner, birth anniversary. First of all, congratulations to the 300,000 to the CRA. I just can't wait for that building to be done. It will definitely be an asset to the town. A couple of questions. I know that 96, 97, and then 2003, 2004. What was the reasons for all of from the original delegation of authority? What was the reason for the reset with the amendments? And when it reset, did it not reset everything, including the principal? That's the first question. I guess that's to the attorney. It was stated before about the P&L sheets. Why didn't the P&L sheets account for this ongoing accumulation of debt? Each month you have been approving financials. It has not come up. It never came up formally when I became mayor, and it would have been a carryover into my administration. It never came up as long as I was sitting out in the audience before then, and that would have come up in the prior administration before me. So it's not about transparency. It was never brought up. What happens if the CRA sunsets? If it goes over to the town, can the town then pursue not, that you can then approve not of pursuing it, and it can go away without going away? And if you waive it, it was stated earlier, then you're admitting to this whole thing. There's only one person in here that's acting as the expert. I just hope that you get an expert. If there is something wrong, then let them tell you. And if that's the county comptroller, then pull in the county comptroller. But this is a lot of money for the town. And by your waiving 2 million, then you're saying that there is something there and it cannot be cured if it is there. So I just ask that you just get the information from pure professionals.
All right, we are ready for your approval of the consent agenda.
I would like to move 2, 3, 4, what is it, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the board decision. Only thing I want to go with is the amendment.
So a motion to approve the agenda with the removal of items 3 through 6.
Correct.
Being moved down to discussion or decision?
Let's say discussion.
Good. Motion to approve the agenda with the amendments of items 3 through 6 being moved down to board discussion. Motions.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. All in favor of the approval of the agenda with the stated amendment signify with aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
The same.
Who's first?
Awesome.
Can you do a roll call?
Director Williams,
Nay.
Director Greyhound,
Ashton.
Director Mack,
Nay.
Director Gordon.
Aye.
No, it's on here, Vice Chair Thomas.
Aye. So items 3 through 6 will be moved down to discussion. The minutes are approved as listed in the consent agenda. There was some minutes that were provided to you at the dais. In my packet does have I believe May 7th was the only one that I didn't originally have. Please ensure that you have all the minutes. If you do not, please let me know your note. We are now ready for discussion. We will start with. It's been moved and approved with amendment.
It should be 3-3.
It was
Oh, you
3-2.
did roll call, huh?
It was 3-2. Absent Director Randolph and Director Grayhouse.
Right.
3-2 to
Oh.
approve with amendments
Yes. So. Abstain.
from voting. I just meant the votes that went out were minus.
I'm saying, Ms. Rickles abstained.
She did. So the only ones that were included were the 5. Thank you, Attorney Jackson. So we can start with item number 3, the approval of resolution CRA-R-2026-17. Project restriction, removal and authorizations. Ms. Bellinger, the preamble. Preamble, please.
Resolution CRAR 2026-17, a resolution of the Town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency Board of Directors removing all project restrictions from existing projects to provide line of credit authorization and signature requirements, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
You have heard the preamble. Is there a motion?
Question.
Need a motion for
So moved.
okay. It's been moved. Is there a second? Second with questions. Director Matt?
Okay, exactly what are we trying to do now?
So allow the flood project, housing project. 370.
In the stormwater as well.
Include stormwater. Yeah, there's, they were.
The freeze is on every project that exceeds 25,000. The third whereas lists the CDBG grant, which is the CRA building, the Chipman Circuit grant, which is a club, the senior facility project, the stormwater parking project, and the single family homes project. This resolution would effectively lift any financial restrictions, causing any delays in those projects. It's coming back before us.
So moved.
So it's been moved in second. I do have a comment. I know that, and I see it a little further down on the agenda that one of the requests, prior to the removal of the restrictions was a discussion with project manager, Smith. So we can carry on with either voting this up or down, or we can table it until that satisfaction is met. It is.
I need to address that first before moving forward, if it makes sense. Especially if it's been a recommendation, because I would hate for it to, fail and then we'd be right back, to the craziness.
I do have a question. In the audit, for each capital improvement project, we were supposed to have an itemized financial statement for that, showing exactly what was going to be spent on each one of the projects. And we've never got that yet. And I think you did mention that you were, what was the word that you used?
We
Miss Paula.
So it is a working document. What you see in the audit is an auditing requirement. So by audit time, for next year's audit, what we provide to the auditor is a CIP document. So they can track the capital improvement projects. That is a working document that I create so that I can track all of our projects as we're going through them. And it's also some historical data that I need to collect to go on that document so that for anybody that's looking at any project that we have, whether it's an active project or a piece of land that we purchase with no project attached to it, they will be able to see any monies that's been expended on. So say we purchase a piece of land, with that purchase comes an appraisal. It may come a site study. All of that would be recorded on
I
that document.
understand that, but per project, it should have already had a project expense showing what we may be spending. So in order to track anything, you gotta let us know what you're spending. So that was never done.
Let me explain it. The audit report that you're making.
With
reference to-
regard, let's not go with the audit then. By these capital projects, each capital project is supposed to have a financial thing to go with it. So where is it? Where's it to show us, well, I'm gonna spend this amount, and that amount on this project? We don't have any estimate of anything because everything was thrown into one bucket.
So we track our projects internally. We have our folders, and we are creating, or I am creating, the CIP spreadsheet to go along with the information that we're tracking in those in our folders.
So basically, you don't have any idea how much money gonna be spent on any project or?
No, that's not what I'm saying. So when a project is created or it's voted on by the board, there is a budget that is presented to the board. You're asking me about something, but I wasn't here. So I can't say why someone else didn't create this document or that document. All I can do is when I come in is continue along the path that they had and then figure out ways to make improvements. And when it comes to the capital improvement projects, that direction actually came from the auditor. So instead of this is what the project budget was, and we track the expenditures in our individual folders because they're all attributed to GL code 6301. I'm now tracking every item that is expended to any piece of property we own, whether it has a project attached to it or not.
So when would that be shared with this board?
Between clearing up old debts, public record requests, and my everyday, it is, I have to get to it. And then once I get it completed, I then have to meet with the auditor to make sure that this information is exactly what they're looking for
So
in terms
when
of
will it
audit.
be shared with the?
I
board?
don't have a date for you.
So then you're asking us to go ahead on and approve these when you really have not given us.
No,
any-
when these projects were brought to the board, there
Okay,
was,
so this
there
is up
was,
then.
you are new, but just like with me, I have to accept what was already there.
Okay.
So when those projects were brought to the board, if I'm not mistaken, and I can ask the previous board members, there's 3 of them still here. Did you not receive a budget as to what this project would cost? Because I can't imagine that we approved the CRA building and there was no amount attributed to what that would cost.
Okay, so I'm glad you said that because if it was given to them and we have been asking for it, why haven't we gotten it then?
Should have been
Well,
given.
It should have, but why didn't we get it? So do you have access to go in and get it now?
I was not, I didn't.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
I think if you have any issues, he has an open door policy, right? Am I correct? And you can go and speak with the executive director about anything that you have any problems with.
We did, and he knows that. So why don't we have it?
So let's quantify what's going on here. There was an audit done for fiscal year 24. Right? We're not even, the recommendation from the CPA is to deal with fiscal year 25. And so that is actively going on right now today until the September 30th, the end of the fiscal year. So her tracking to the projects, which majority of all of the transactions happened in 2025. So that report at the end, we will be able to tell you exactly what money was spent, whether it was a grant, whether it was whatever, it's all tracked And the document that the CPA requested that we create is gonna provide all that data and all that information that she needs to do a qualified audit. That's not information
Okay, but let's not
externally
talk about the
that
audit.
anybody would see. That is an internal tracking mechanism to account for capital improvement. And you're asking her to show you.
Question. Okay,
You're
I
asking her
got
to show
you.
you something that
I'm
don't
good.
exist.
So, Attorney Jackson, are you familiar with capital improvement project, and we're supposed to be getting an itemized financial statement showing what is the possibly is gonna be spent and how possibly it's gonna be paid?
Based on what the auditor spoke about?
No, just from
Yes,
capital improvement projects.
Mr. Johnson, did you
Yes.
not provide the
So
board?
we're
with your
supposed to have
information?
it, so I never got it. So my point is, why? And if you got it, go get it and give it to me. I'll be satisfied with that. You can email it to me. If you got it on the email, send it to me. I'm done.
So,
It's a motion on the floor, but I would suggest, Chair, if we could, speak.
That was actually a question, so those wasn't statements, those were questions that I needed answered in. Haven't got them answered.
I'm
Thank
finished
you.
my statement.
My
So,
apologies.
no, that's okay. So if you look at the third whereas again, there are multiple projects that are there. And I think that we're skipping past that because the resolution on its face releases the restrictions on all the projects. And I don't want to diminish what the request is of any member of this board, but in the 4,000 meetings that we've had in 3 months, the only project on this list that I really think that this board has a problem in, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, is the single family housing project. Is that a fair assumption of this board, that the only one that we
That's
really
what I'm
have,
gonna actually state, because I know we had problems.
is
in
that the
past.
only one that we have an issue with?
Well,
Because
I don't have an issue with anything,
so here's my point. So the CDBG grant for the CRA building that came in 23 with Ms. Rose. The Chitlin grant came in 22. That was here when I got here. The senior wellness facility is a newer project. I won't hold you. I'm just now hearing about the parking and stormwater project when we first started having these conversations, because we know that's been an ongoing project that we've been working on acquiring a piece of land for. And the housing project did not originally start out with the $1.7 million line of credit. When, as a board, the previous board approved that project, we were gonna do one house at a time. And we sold the property, we tore it down, we were gonna use fluid assets, liquid assets to finance the construction of each individual house. We were gonna sell a house, reap the profits, and then build the next one. So, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like our biggest issue is with the line of credit. And if that's the case, then how about we amend the resolution or amend the whereas to cover what our issue really is? Because again, I'm gonna continue to remind y'all that administratively, we have obligations, we have responsibilities that we've already committed to. And I understand that we have some newer members on the board that might not have been a part of those conversations, but we have committed to those. And so to walk away from that puts this agency in a very irresponsible position. So it's just a suggestion maybe, or a recommendation that we isolate or identify individually what it is that we really have a problem with, so that we can continue to do business. Because it sounds like we're not getting anything done right now on any of our projects. And I'm not gonna pull the 28-year line again, but some of these projects don't really affect us fiscally anyways. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bradshaw, I know that the CDBG grant, we're just waiting on the release of funds. The municipal parking project, we can't do much with right now until we can acquire another piece of land. The single family home, we have a discussion with Mr. David tonight that is listed on here, and we did ask for Mr. Stamper to come by, and he did, and he gave us some information that we may or may not have completely digested. So, I mean, instead of just killing the conversation completely, how about we isolate
I think
what we really have a problem with?
I think the conversation we had, the cost of the board, had a conversation.
From Mr. Smith.
But
But see, that's just for the housing project. If
I
Mr.
know.
Smith is being, if the housing project is being held up because of Mr. Smith, then leave the restrictions on the housing project and let's move forward with everything else. Right? Like,
Yeah.
is the board amenable to that at all?
I say that because we've been having this discussion for the longest without moving forward. So I think we definitely need to, cause we've been waiting to speak with him.
Yeah.
Need some more.
But with all due respect,
No, go ahead.
the problem is we keep asking for things from the executive director and we not getting. We not holding up the progress. We are not. And I want to save that though for the executive director. We are not holding up anything.
No, we're not.
We just not getting what we asking for so we can move forward with the progress. We not stopping nothing. We not. We have simple requests. Even now, hopefully he's going to get those numbers that like Director Thomas said we should have. He said that it was given to you guys in the past.
Yeah.
He said it was there, so then it should be somewhere. It should be somewhere in the cloud. Just put it down. But we are not getting what we asking for. I want to move forward.
Okay.
Like Director Witt, I want to see some dirt.
Yes, ma'am.
But we keep coming back every week because nothing is changing from what we requested.
But I
We
think,
request to get documents prior to this meeting, and we continue to get the documents the day of the meeting with the expectation to break all this stuff down and then to vote on something. That's not how we can do business. I cannot move forward with business in this manner. I can only speak for myself. I cannot move forward in this way. I'm a visual person. I have to see it. I have to break this stuff down. You're sitting here giving me all these numbers today, and they ain't nothing. You understand? I have to take time to look at this stuff. So, executive director, with all due respect, this is what I said. Director Jordan, I'm not holding up progress from the town because what's happened, executive director, you're not giving us what we're asking.
What is
So-
it going on?
Director Thomas, and we've been asked for the breakdown of each project and its financials. We have yet to get that. You know, and I don't even want to talk about this David Smith guy, but I have something I want to put a motion to go ahead and just use him, like we said, as the project manager. You understand me? Put that RFP out for another builder or contractor. That's what I want to do with that. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to see him. I don't want to hear nothing from him. I'm done with that.
So
That's over with. That's dead.
I respect your opinion. First of all, the information requested by Director Fund was provided to you. Okay, why all of a sudden nobody has it is amazing to me, because I'm the person who sent it out.
Before you say something was provided to me, what was provided to me?
When you call me and ask me for anything you
I
call
asked,
for, I
well,
send it to
you
you right.
never given me the capital improvement project.
Well, you can't have that, because that is a working document.
But that's something that you know that you were supposed to create.
We cannot.
I'm not gonna argue with this, as far as I'm concerned, we can vote on this thing.
So my question that I posed to the board, hold on. My question that My question that I posed to the board, did we want to take this project by project? Because again, what we keep circling back to is the single family housing project. That's the only thing that I'm hearing. That's the only thing that I'm hearing is single family housing. If we want to pause that, let's keep that on pause. But the CDBG grant, and if you want the breakdown of that, then I understand that your answer to my question would be no. You don't want to go project by project. Even for the ones that have no real fiscal impact on, and I don't want to say that, I'll take that back, that don't have as big of a fiscal impact as the single family housing project. But again, if you're talking about, first of all, we haven't moved forward with the line of credit. So honestly,
And the line of credit is strictly just for those homes.
just for those homes. So the parking project, the senior family project, or the senior facility project, the Chitlin Circuit project, the CRA building project.
Where are these finances coming from? You haven't.
Orange County, the Department of Historical Resources.
I do, okay, so on that one, when did we ever get an update on if we got the extension
From the county you talking about?
from the state on that?
For the Chitlin Circuit. She's talking about Chitlin Circuit.
I provided you guys the email correspondence that came directly from Ms. Wilson with the schedule and everything. I provided it to her. We have to have that information that was provided on another email. I know it's like that because I sent it to everybody. The date that was given that I told you was the exact date that's on the email. Now, if someone said any other date, as I told you then, I'm not aware of that because that email that I provided to all the board members came from the state. So I don't know about any other date other than the date that was given. We are actively with that project in permitting right now with Orange County Fire and with the building department. With that potentially being completed early next week and construction commencing immediately. So that money is already allocated. That money's already allocated. We can't take down our next draw till we hit the 30% mark. That's in the email that I provided to everybody saying, no, that's why you see the sign up, because that was a requirement in order to get the next draw amount of money to pay the general contractor to move this project on forward. So for that particular project, I'm at a disadvantage of what you're actually looking for because one, we on a sharp time to get a shell complete. Two, if we don't complete it, then that particular funding cycle ends for us and we have to find additional funding to finish getting to where we need to be. All right, so we're working administratively to try to get us to where we need to be so we can continue with other phases that we already anticipating funding for. We can't get there if it's on hold because none of that work is less than $25,000, y'all. And right now there's a $25,000 cap, I'm correct? And that project alone is close to $1 million plus. Okay, so
the contract date is 6/30, is that correct?
which I can't hear you.
For the federal, is it our contract date, it ends on 6/30 with possible an extension.
Well,
No, it don't say that. It says, please communicate with your grant manager, and this is from Mr. Johnson on 6/9, which is a forward from a conversation had on April 16th. And the third paragraph states, please communicate with your grant manager how you anticipate completing the grant project by June 30th. Please provide your grant manager with an updated timeline on how you complete the project by the deadline. If unable to complete, tell your grant manager what will be accomplished so that your grant contract can be amended if necessary. All work for your project must be completed by your closeout date, and it is imperative that you submit all documentation, progress reports, expense documentations, and completed deliverables before 8/15/26. Failure to submit all closeout documentation by that time may result in our office being unable to process payment.
So
I don't see anything about an extension outside of communicating with the grant contact to see, or communicating with the grant manager to see if there can be an amendment. But I don't see like an extension, but it says June 30th, communicate, amended if necessary, closeout date, 8/15/26.
9/30 is the final date for that federal contract.
Do you have that in writing? You say you made a phone call.
I did.
Do you have that in writing? So
I don't have to have it in writing. I can tell you exactly the time I called and the date, and I knew who I spoke to.
It's flat too.
Just like he can too.
But what I'm saying.
I don't care.
It's
It's no argument. Yes.
Let's be civil, please.
Yeah, with contingency.
We're ready to move forward. I've said that before.
You just move forward with some contingency.
Well, that's all I've said. Let's move forward.
So let me take a poll. Let me take a poll. Let me take a poll. Do we want to break this resolution down by project? Yes or no?
No.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes or no? Yes or no? So it sounds like, based off the three, and I'm a yes. 1, 2, it was a yes, right?
Yes.
Sounds like 4 yeses to break this resolution down, lifting restrictions, project by project.
Separate motions.
Separate motion for each one.
Separate motions.
I think we're gonna get something done. See,
My motion is to lift the restrictions on the Orange County CDBG grant, which is the CRA building, that we've already applied and been awarded a grant for.
You can have a motion.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm sorry.
I rescind.
So, you rescind your second?
Yeah.
Motion and second rescinded. The motion on the floor is to lift the restrictions on the Orange County CDBG grant and lift the restrictions on the CDBG grant.
So move.
It's been moved in second. All in favor of lifting the restrictions on the CDBG grant, the CRA building, signify with aye. Aye.
Nay.
Roll call, please.
You asked for anybody.
Director Williams,
Aye.
Director Greathouse,
Abstain.
Director Mack,
Aye.
Director Jordan,
Aye.
and the absent Vice Chair Thomas.
No.
Chair Crit.
Aye. So by vote of 4-1, we are lifting the restrictions on the CDBG grant. Next motion is to lift the restrictions on the Chitlin Circuit grant, the AACH grant for Club Eaton. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Put a question.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Director Jordan.
So with that's with the club.
Yes, the
And
club.
with the club, that's where we saying that we need to do the shell.
Yes.
And what else needs to happen with that?
Just the shell. To
Just the
complete
shell.
the requirements from the state. And we have an aggressive schedule to meet that.
And what's the deadline on that?
August 15th, August 15th, I have to have all of the invoicing, all of everything turned in.
Okay, and then do we know how much it's gonna cost to do that shell? Have we done any?
The architect and the contractor has submitted that with the permit. I can't remember what the permit amount was, but they did submit.
But that's why I think we were asking like the breakdown of the financials and things that we gonna need in terms of these projects. You know, so I see exactly where Director Thomas is coming from in terms of these items, because that's what would make sense to me.
The grant amount, you got $1 million come from the state, 250,000 is less than 250,000. It's 200, I would say 10 or 11,000.
A little lower than that.
I have to look at it because we paid an invoice on our.
We just paid 13,000,
Right.
so it
Might be right under
actually-
two.
We
under
can
the
pay
200,000.
what we're allowed to pay under that amount. So it's a little less than it's less than the 250. But we're obligated to do the total 1.25. I mean, 1,250,000, no matter what. So we're gonna take that building as far as we can with the amount of money that's already allocated to do that project. If you want an itemized breakdown, I'll have to get that from Malcolm and the contractor and send it to you, because I don't have nothing to do with the permit side of what's going on.
The shell. Okay.
Any other comments or questions on the Chitlin Circuit grant?
I just got a comment just in general. I just feel like us as a board, we get caught up in, like, we're trying to micromanage each and every project. That's not why we're here. We're supposed to, the director come to us, coming for us with ideas and whatnot. It's for us to vote it up or down. As far as give me the financial, what it's going. That ain't what we here for. You know what I mean? But correct me if I'm wrong. At the end of the day, we just want to, like I said, we want to see some dirt move and whatnot. There is some accountability that's involved when there's an audit done.
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Bradshaw, she had the accountability as those projects get going. I think we'll have a better understanding of what's going on there.
just to come in, give you a piece of paper.
Yeah, but the director is also supposed to give us these agendas before we get going. I mean, he also supposed to do that, and we gonna sit here and talk about like, I mean, you know, these documents that they keep coming here shoving in our faces, that's supposed to happen too. Yes, sir.
Project standpoint. So that's what I'm gonna keep it at, on the project standpoint.
Yes, sir.
But I do like the fact that we're going with my ward.
Yeah,
breaking it down,
Talk to me, let's
and-
break it down.
You know,
right.
and we're moving.
Yes, sir.
Let's continue to do that.
Director Johnson, I have a question. Based off the dates that were listed in the email of June 30th and August 15th, we are not scheduled to have another CRA meeting prior to the June 30th date. What is expected of us by that deadline?
As I've told you before, we're in permitting. The state knows where we're at. She's in constant communication with myself and the architect in this process. They're finalizing his 30% threshold that he has to meet in order for us to take down the next drawing. That's on the state. I can't say when or when that's gonna happen. But once she tells us the 30% has been met, we're able to submit for the next drawing and bring that money in. And once he gets to the next threshold, I don't have a schedule from him, I think it's at 60%. I will say we at the 60% of the building shell being built, give us that money so we can pay our invoices. If we just keep knocking it down until we're complete with the project, hopefully by the end of July or shortly after early August.
So,
There's a lot of paperwork got to be done to meet the August 15th deadline.
there's a June 30th date in there right now.
August 15th.
I know that our expenditures and progress reports and all the et cetera are due on August 15th. What is due? What work, what expectation is of this board on the completion of the grant projects by June 30th? Do they expect us to have materials purchased and the work still coming? Do they expect us to, what is the expectation of the state?
In that email that I provided you, it tells you what's required to in order to get the draw, to get to the 30% draw. Do you have that breakdown in that?
That's not in this email.
Yeah.
Let me make sure I don't have anything that's blocked. I don't see any attachments. I just see those two conflicting dates. There is a little bit of detail about the August 15th date, i.e. progress reports, expense documentation, completed deliverables, but, and I get that, but what do they expect? Do they expect the shell? Do they expect one wall to be done by June 30th? Because it says that.
It's not like that. They do it in percentage, right?
Okay.
A percentage of construction, right? So at the 30%, he has to have certain things done in order to get that money. We had to provide the sign. If you go to the property right now, you see the sign. So that eliminates that one requirement that we don't have to deal with. They had certain language that had to be put on the sign. That's why you read the byline in the bar, it says exactly what they say it has to say. So we're working diligently every day between now, we're in permitting. I don't have no control of that. The architect and the contractor don't have no control of that. They're constantly meeting whatever the requirements are. And right now we're in fire. You can't even start the project without fire permit, right? So there's been 2 reviews. Hopefully we should get our permit sometime next week for fire, which will free up the permit from the town.
So, so it does give us some leeway. It says if you're unable to complete the project, tell your grant manager what will be accomplished so that your contract can be amended if necessary.
Right.
So since we are not scheduled to meet again before June 30th, do you have something prepared to give to them to justify the amendment of the contract if necessary by June 30th?
I was waiting until we cleared the permit process to be able to have a good construction schedule to say where we can and cannot be before I made that request.
So if June 30th comes and fire has not finished or the town of Eatonville has any delays, if that's not completed, then you send your letter? Those are my only questions. Do we have any more questions from the board?
No.
There's been a motion put on the floor to lift the restrictions on the African American Cultural and Historical Grant. All in favor, please signify with aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Roll call.
Director Williams,
Aye.
Director Torrey House,
Same.
Director Mack,
Aye.
Director Jordan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yeah.
Chair Craig.
Aye. The next motion is to lift the project restrictions on this, lift the restrictions on the Senior Wellness Recreation Center project. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor of lifting the restrictions
I have
on
a
the
question. I'm
Director
sorry.
Jordan?
I'm sorry.
Perfect time.
In terms of, the senior building, I know that before we were in talks about, having funding from the housing pay for the senior building and
To pay off the existing debt.
to pay off that
The
existing.
loan.
Mhm. To pay off that existing debt. And what else have we talked to?
Keep in mind, okay, that has always been, before you got on the board, that has always been the understanding of the board of directors of the agency. As we sell the homes, profit is to go to satisfy that debt, which is, it's under $365,000 now, because we've been making payments, but whatever that payoff is. So the realization is, after probably the third home, we'll own that building outright. And the final 3 homes being built will be profit. For us to invest or to try to acquire the piece of property we need for the municipal parking, the door is wide open, but we can't get there until we start the home building process. And as perfect world, if the permits would have been, and all the requirements would have been met in December, we wouldn't even be having this discussion because the home building process would have been done and we probably have already built, if not all 3, at least 3 of the homes already. The line of credit was a means to not have to use our capital, approved by the board. All right, and I need to make sure I understand. All projects, all of them have been approved by the board. There's nothing that you've heard in the project presentation that didn't have the approval of the board first. It's the understanding, you coming on new, not knowing that understanding, that this is how the business is gonna matriculate to take care of the affairs of the agency. Okay. And I understand the disadvantage that you're at, and it's a lot to do, but this didn't happen overnight. This has been going on since April. Been going on since April of last year. So a lot of the information you're hearing, I understand your frustration. It's new, it's a lot. But understand,
You don't understand my frustration.
Okay. I've heard your frustration. And we've been through this process already. Attorney, when it come down, and we need to separate the line of credit from the contract, all right? Because that's a separate issue, am I correct? That needs to be dealt with separately. We need to secure the money, no matter what happens. So we need to secure that money, regardless if the board wants to make changes, make recommendations, RFP and all that. We're gonna need guidance from the board. If the board is not gonna move forward with the project manager in the capacity that has been designed, then we need to be able to try to negotiate out of that arrangement, because that arrangement was established in November. And I realize there's new people on the board today, but that was established in November of how we were gonna proceed, approved by the board. So I hear you. I hear everybody's concern when they're talking about the contract, but understand the legal ramifications, which the attorney explained, and if you have to explain it again, that it ain't so easy like everybody's trying to make it sound to, we can just walk away and do something different. It's not like this, it's not like that. And attorney, I expect you to expound on that,
And
because we've had that.
he's done great with that explanation of it. I understand that 1000%, and thank you so very much. I do understand that particular process, but you have answered my question in terms of the senior wellness.
Right.
So that's what we're gonna stick to right this second.
So what is the expected profit from the sale of these homes? Do you have that?
As I shared with you before, I won't even know what the appraisal from the bank is until we close, because they're not gonna give us their confidential information until we've completed our business with them. So I won't even be able to tell you what number they came up with until then. All right, but we know it's equivalent to $1.7 million. We do know that.
I'm not talking about the line of credit. I'm talking about once we build the home, from each home, once it's built, what is the expected profit you expect to get off of the homes?
On a very conservative estimate, at least $100,000 per house. On a very conservative. So if you're building 6 homes, that will make $600,000 at a minimum on a conservative projection.
And I'd also like to add for transparency that does not address the construction or renovations of that building. That only addresses the loan that we took out.
Right.
So we paid 300 out the trust account. We went and got a loan for the rest. The intent was to build the houses to pay off the loan. And I just want to be transparent. It does not build our facility out.
Exactly.
And of course, we're gonna look for more funding sources to facilitate that. And then maybe we do really well with maybe the market rate houses, and we, jazz it up a little bit. We make a little bit of extra money that maybe we can pour back into the interior. But at least the acquisition is the debt that we currently have that we're responsible for. I've signed a number of checks for Ms. Bradshaw on behalf of the agency that pays that monthly mortgage, that pays that monthly responsibility. I think it's $2,800 or something of that nature.
On that building?
On just the loan.
On
We're
the
not
loan.
paying on the inside, we
Okay.
only paying on the outside.
Oh, so, okay, so good, that's being satisfied.
So just the loan. Now we do have to,
Okay.
Amount of mortgage we pay again?
the total sale price was like $650. Don't quote me on that. $650 or $670 purchase price. I'm sorry. The loan amount was $370,000. With the monthly obligation of
Is
just shy of
$1,872.97.
that we're paying on right now. That's just for the acquisition of that property. We also have the responsibility that the board approved, the schedule of fees for the architectural firm, Rose and Brito, who provide and produce documentation to support the work that's being done, the studies that are being done, the engineering and whatnot that's being done over there, to give us an idea of, once we pay building off, what it looked like to build it up, or to fill it up, if you will. So we have that obligation as well, and that's a couple thousand a month also. So just so you have a full picture. Now, Ms. Bradshaw, Director Johnson would have to give you some more information. Maybe Marissa can get you the exact minutes and the resolution
So
and the
we can meet,
meetings.
in other words, we can meet that without those restrictions, because you do have a cap
Right.
on that particular.
Correct, absolutely. Now, that cap does not exceed 25,000 per month, but it is a lofty project
All right, but hopefully.
that
once we
we're
get this
already
stuff-
tied to.
we
Right,
Get this stuff situated with this.
So what you're saying that we
contract and
are
all
able,
that out.
right.
what you're saying that we are able to, once the sale of the houses, we're gonna be able to pay off that loan, but we're gonna need more funding to bill out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is the understanding, yes, ma'am. And that was the intent of the board at the time, when we approved that project, when we approved the acquisition, when we approved the renderings that were submitted, it was based off selling houses, because we were having that conversation. We had acquired 119 Southwest Street, and the intent of those housing profits was to pay off the debt for the senior facility. So we were trying to be aggressive with getting those houses built. We were trying to be aggressive with selling those homes so that we could knock that out before whatever, I don't quote me on the term, 10 years,
We got a 10-year.
10-year loan. So pay it off in 2, stay out of pocket.
We save on interest faster.
Was 5% interest, right?
No, that's
That's the line of credit.
So it's a 10-year, 10-year on the 370,
correct.
and a 24-month on the 1.7.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Okay, any other comments or questions about the Senior and Wellness Recreation Center project?
No.
All right, you have heard the preamble. There's been a motion and a second. All in favor of lifting the restrictions for the senior facility project, signify with aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Roll call, please.
Director Williams,
Aye.
Director Greathouse,
Same.
Director Mack,
Aye.
Director Gordon,
Nay.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Nay.
Chair Crick.
Aye. Motion carries 3-2, 1 absent, one abstain. Oh, no.
Want to have a conversation with Mr. Smith before the next.
Yes, I think that'll be the best.
Okay, so let's skip on down to the senior housing project. Is that your recommendation?
Single family.
Single family project, nothing. Single family residential housing project. I move that we live, I'm
I
sorry.
thought we was gonna be speaking with Mrs. Smith first.
He's on.
Discussion first, okay, I'm sorry.
I know that's what this board wanted, cause I want to hear anything about, we didn't have a chance to speak to him.
I'm done. I ain't gotta talk
This
to
is the
him.
opportunity.
I want to hear from him. We've been trying to get this man here for the last 2 months. With all due respect, sir, I hope your health is well. Okay, and I hope you enjoyed your vacation, sir, with all due respect. Yes, thank you. And I'm done.
Discussion portion of. Is he available?
He's right now listening. Logging.
Hey, greetings to each and everyone that's attending the meeting today. My name is David Smith, and it's a privilege and an honor to be here before you this evening to answer any of your questions to the best of my ability.
Do we have any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Smith, this is board member Mack. I know the question has risen several times on how much experience you got, and I just want to pretty much nip everything in the bud. I know you're certified to build basically anything, being a general contractor. So my question would be to you, have you ever built any single family homes?
Yeah, I built single family homes for one of the contractors that I've worked for. We built single family homes, and really what I do is mostly rehab, retrofitting, and that's the type of stuff I do. Single family homes, that's simple work. There's nothing really hard about that right there. But when you retrofitting and rehabbing, successes in the details, and the details ain't always pretty. Everything got to fit like it was there all the time. So when it comes to these tract homes, you know, it's putting a puzzle together, and not being arrogant or anything like that, but you know, it's simple. Nothing really hard about it.
So as a general contractor, you've built single family homes, not working for a company that actually builds single family homes. You as a general contractor, have you specifically built single family homes?
Well,
as a general contractor.
As a general contractor, I did additions under my license. No, not built single family homes under my license, but I have for a contractor that I work for. Project managing, all of that, you know. I mean, commercial, residential, I did it all.
I think that was one of the greater concerns I'm still. I think that was one of the greater concerns with some board members, and I'll be the one that asked the question. being that nobody else did, I just wanted to ask you that for the record, because I think it's important that not only this board, but the public know the experience that you have as a general contractor, especially that's going into a contract with you building 6 homes perhaps, maybe in this community. So we want to make sure that we're lining up with what we need to line up with and being aligned with everything in terms of your experience. I
Right.
believe we get the opportunity, especially being a general contractor. I know you did a scope of work, not just building single family home, but like doing other things as far as roofs and et cetera, and then working for a company that actually did it. So that was pretty much the only question that I had that I was concerned with. And I'll leave all other questions to any other board members that may have some. Thank you.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Hi. Hello, Mr. Smith, how are you?
Doing
I
doing
just have a general, I just have one question. So being that you have rehab, retrofit, and you said you have built homes, and you mentioned we. So do you plan on subcontracting any of this out, or you're doing the building?
Oh no, I'm the general contractor. Everything will be subbed out for the most part. No, we sub out everything.
So when you sub, if that's the case, then you're getting paid, I think what this thing says, 25,000 per home for your position.
Yeah, that's just for the project management side of things.
So basically, whoever you subcontract these out, then you're gonna manage the people that you subcontracting out to?
Well, when you look at it from the subcontractors perspective, what we will do as a team for each scope of work for each trade, I think it would only be fair to vet at least 3 subcontractors to look for the lowest responsible bid, to take that into consideration first and foremost. I mean, I have my own line of subcontractors, but I think it would be a conflict of interest just to bring my subcontractors in to the play. I think it's only fair is that, again, along with the director of the CRA that we vet, in which we've been doing already for the most part, just getting numbers, sending out the plans, and getting numbers from different contractors like the MEP and the concrete, the masonry guys. That's what we're doing, vetting at least 3 for each trade to, again, come up with the lowest responsible bidder.
Okay, so if you said that you and the executive director have been doing this and y'all have numbers, can you share those numbers with us?
The numbers for the subcontractors?
Correct.
Yeah, we could get those into you.
How soon can you get that to me? Tomorrow?
No, it may not be tomorrow.
Do you have a ETA, or do you have an estimate of when?
It'll probably take I got it. I just got to pull it all together. Because a couple of people turned in some bids and we're still waiting on them, but we're just gathering information. But we could get that information over. That won't be a problem.
Thank you. I'll get your number from the executive director, and we could stay in contact, and we can go from there. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Hey, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Smith, my name is Linda Greathouse. As I understood what you're saying, that you haven't built single family homes under your license, but you build single-family homes as a subcontractor under somebody else's license. That's what you said?
No, I worked for a contract, yeah, and built under their license because I had to have at least 5 years of experience with residential and commercial in order to obtain my license. I had to work under a contract in order for them to sign off for me to be able to receive my general contracting license.
Okay, so what you're saying that you had to work 5 years with another contractor in order to be certified on your name, be certified as a general contractor.
To go and take the test, and that contractor had to sign off, but that was, it took up to 5 years, but I've been working for that general contractor probably like 12 years. So
Okay, I just wanted to understand it.
yes, ma'am. That was the only way I could, I could take the test and I could pass the test, but someone had to be liable, saying that I had the experience and that I had worked for them in order to sign off for me to receive the license.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I did have one more question, if I could. This would probably be related to the attorney and the executive director. Okay, according to any contractual agreement that we may have, let's make it known to the public and this board that this general contractor that we have, Mr. Smith, will only be subject only if we need him. Am I correct?
Yes, that's what the contract reads.
6 projects. So as needed up to 6 projects. Yes,
Well, it's 1 through 6.
Yes, sir. And the board will decide which projects he works on.
Somebody got paid.
That's the project manager, correct? That's how it read in the contract, as the project manager.
Correct.
Right.
It said he'd be used as the project manager as needed.
Correct.
Okay, so that's where we are with this gentleman.
I don't think about this.
Yeah, I just want to get
But
that
as the
clear.
project manager, not the general contractor,
The manager,
as the project manager.
because he can, we're trying to, not complicated. I just want to make sure that, because I know I spoke about future possibilities for anybody else within the town or outside of the town that possibly want to be a part of these projects that we have coming down the pipeline in terms of single family homes, being able to build them. We want to make sure that we are opening the door of opportunity for someone else to also have that opportunity if they're gonna be doing it at the same rate, because this is a pretty good rate, $25,000. It's almost like it's unbelievable to believe, but we appreciate you for quoting us with that. But general manager, I just want to make sure that it's as needed for every project, which will only consist of 6 projects at this time. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're deemed to do all 6. It's just as needed. So if we wanted to go down the direction of pointing someone else out, we could, so right? Okay, that's all I needed.
And I thank the town. I've been working also for the town for many years. I did work in the senior center. I did work there in town hall. I painted several houses through the CRA in town. So I painted the police station. So it's not like I'm new to the town of Eatonville either. So I'm very familiar with the town. I've, done quite a bit of projects in the town.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm very familiar with that, but I think it kind of, I don't want to go into the weeds of that because we had a in-depth conversation about what you just stated. And I don't want to open that can of worms either. But I do appreciate all the scope of work that you have done in the community, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I do have a question, but it's not used to the executive director. So if you knew that he was subcontracting these out, then, I guess mine is gonna go back to the RFP and every home failed. Every RFP, everyone that turned one in failed. So you two are working on with these other general contractors that he is gonna choose because whom we work with.
So let me get, so MEP means mechanical, electrical, plumber.
I know that, I know that.
Well, it's just for the public so they can understand when you use acronyms, what they do. Mechanical, electrical, plumber. Those people have to come in and pull their own permit.
Yeah.
Regardless of who the GC is.
I know.
Right? So that is probably about 60% of the house.
I know.
You got your masonry people.
I understand that,
Right.
but
So you're only talking about maybe 3 or 4 other trades and plus your punch out people.
okay, I'm good. I'm just gonna state this, and you don't even have to give me an answer, but
They don't have to be licensed.
when I had mentioned general contractor and was it gonna be subcontracted out as well as I asked the bakers and they said they didn't know, but they will vet them as they come in. But you've already been working with them and getting numbers, but, okay, but you haven't shared that with the board, but that was my comment. No, it wasn't a question. That
I
was
was
just
just
a
want to make a motion in terms of the general contract, I'll be here for line.
Well, we're in the motion to lift the restrictions right now,
Okay.
but if that is, if a different direction than what we're talking about right now is the desire of the board, then there would either need to be a rescission of the motion in the second, so we'll put a different motion on the table, or a voting up or down, and then another motion can come.
Mr. Smith.
I don't have a question for Mrs. Smith. My question is for Attorney Jackson. Mr. Smith, thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate your input and your insight. We wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
There's no motion on the floor right now.
The motion to, sorry, we did discussion first. I apologize. There is not a motion on the floor yet. Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Ms. Bethel. Attorney Jackson, and then I think everybody has said what they needed, so we can move on. I came to you about a month ago after hearing the concerns about the general contractor and the contract. Can you give us any update on any amendments or any adjustments that you've been able to potentially make in favor of the agency as it relates to that contract and or contractor?
Absolutely. I expanded the agreement from what was provided by Human Resources. I added provisions in there specifically as it relates to the subcontractor and the requirements to report and what the reporting requirements are. In addition, I added some language as it relates to hold harmless and indemnification, reporting requirements and things such as that. It went from a 3-page document to a 9-page document, just to give an idea of how extensive and how much was placed in the amended document based on the concerns that I heard and that you heard from the board, as well as the executive director from the board.
We were currently negotiating execution.
So, and just for the transparency of the board, and I know the Director Mack brought this up about the rest of the board being privy to seeing that contract before it's sent out, because I don't know that we saw the first one before it went out, and maybe that's where some of the confusion is lying. So is it appropriate for the board to analyze or not analyze, we're not juris doctors, but to comment on what might have been added to maybe alleviate some of our concerns as board members?
Absolutely, not only to see what was added, but to question anything that was added or was not added. But I think that it is a very succinct document that overcompensates for what was not in the
Original contract. And have there been any conversations with Mr. Smith about the amended contract?
He has it, and I know me and him, and we needed the red line changes. It wasn't red line, so we need red line.
But there's been at least some conversation,
Yes.
and is it safe to assume that Mr. Smith might be amenable to those amendments?
I have not spoken to Mr. Scott.
Okay, okay. If we can get that disseminated amongst the board, or at least have a conversation about it, I think that'll move us a little further. Vice Chair Thomas.
My question then, if we follow the procurement of the town, anything over the 25,000 has to go out for RFP. But he's hired as an employee, or how is he hired?
He's hired as an employee. He's a contract employee. 1099 employee of the agency.
So then that $25,000 per property, it doesn't go with the town procurement.
Because he's a contract employee.
And he's an employee of the TOECRA or the town?
Of the total.
Of the TOECRA.
But the TOECRA follows the procedures.
It does,
of the town.
it does, but I just wanted to give clarity, because I know we get in the weeds about town versus TOECRA. So he is a TOECRA employee, not a town of Eatonville employee.
And it's not, it's an employer-employee relationship. It's not a procurement relationship. So we don't want to mix the two.
Can you say that again? Can you repeat that, please?
I said it is a employer and employee contractual relationship, not a procurement relationship. When you put something in an RFP or invitation to bid, invitation to negotiate, those are procurement control processes. A hire of a contract employee is not. The statute, I think you went through that, so we can hire a contract employee.
For example, is it equivalent to the hiring of Miss Jones?
It's equivalent to hiring Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson. No RFP
No,
per se
right.
has to go out because you're a contracted employee.
We advertise his position as a contract lawyer. He applied.
Contractual service.
Right. Contract.
But if we do decide to go with a different, contractor, they would have to do RFP, right?
No.
Or they could be hired as well.
No.
Well, he said contractor, not project manager.
No,
So
I'm sorry.
So it would go back out.
based on what Board Member Mack said.
If you wanted to incorporate another contractor somewhere in this process, another RFP would have to go out. Right.
There we go, right there.
Okay.
Yes, Vice
If you
Chair.
want to establish another job.
Yeah, if that's what we want, because in this instance, he'll just be used based off of as needed.
As a project.
Can you say that again, directly?
You'll be double paid. A project manager. So, and that's why I sent out, I wanted everybody to
But-
see the qualifications of a general contractor. A general contractor is a project manager.
But here's the
It's
deal,
clearly
we do
distinct
the
from-
RFP put the RFP out as is, so you don't have to go through all that again for a general contractor. And the contract, it states the project manager, we will use the project manager as needed,
Right.
right? So if we don't need him, we don't use him.
That's a decision of the board. That's
But
not.
you still have a general contract.
I mean, but we still have a general contract.
That's your question.
And from what I heard him say, he may feel more comfortable in that role
As project manager only.
as project manager only. That's
You
right.
know, RFP for the,
I mean,
But I think-
but we should not be paying him if we don't need it.
No,
I'm just talk to me because this ain't my little scope. I'm just saying. I'm just a common sense type person.
let's look at how process works. Okay. Mr. Smith got the young lady name that applied. There were two other contractors that did not apply, that was asked, and they did not. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Mr. Smith was hired of the two people. Okay, and that was in November. We started our permitting process. Notice of commencements and all that stuff in December. We took off because, as we said, the sense of urgency was, let's get started, let's build some houses to accomplish our overall arching goal.
Okay.
And that's what it was. So Mr. Smith qualified and additionally insured this agency under his insurance everything that a general contractor would do. He even put his license, his name, everything with the town to do the project at $25,000.
And I appreciate that. I just heard the young man speak. And I just heard what he said. I did. And I did. I mean, I didn't see him, so I don't really even know if that was him according to the picture, so I don't know. However, I did hear a person on the other end. I heard a person on the other end. And just didn't feel confident. I heard the man say he hasn't done that so far. I would like to put a motion on the floor to put out another RFP, the way that it was stated before, for a general contractor. And to use Mr. Smith in the role of project manager as needed.
Is that your motion?
That is definitely my motion.
So what does the general contractor?
But I know that man like just said, I know that young man like just said that this.
Everybody pause. It's a motion on the floor. It has to be moved in second for discussion and question. She got a motion. It's been moved. Do we have a second?
I have a question.
About her resolution?
Only because
I mean, about her motion?
Yeah, only because I need to, the board needs to have an understanding of what's taking place right now, because my understanding is that he has signed some documents as the GC at this point, even though he's a project manager. I don't know the effect of that. I'll ask Mr. Johnson, only because I want this board to make the right decision, because I know that there are some movement as a general contractor at this point.
So you're the attorney.
So wait, because we're in the middle of a motion. Do we need to rescind before we have this discussion?
Well, not yet in the middle, because it has not been a second, has it?
So are we pausing in the middle for discussion?
So I move my motion
Just so I can make sure we follow protocol.
Go ahead with the second.
until we can have a discussion.
So the motion was to, Director Jordan, give me the motion again, please.
To put the RFP out for a general contractor, like as it's been stated before, so you don't have to go through and do anything anymore in the essence of time. I know that's big, guys. I don't want to belabor this. I'm just going on what I heard. So that's to put the RFP out. We can utilize Mr. Smith in the role of a project manager as needed, because that's what has been stated. That is my motion.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved in second discussion.
I got a question. I get what you're saying. That's fine. How does, well, I'm just backing up. But we had the general and from the bank is saying they vetted Mr. Smith, did their due diligence, and they was okay with giving us the line of credit, correct?
I thought we were gonna get a lot of credit regardless of who we select.
They did say that
They say it was gonna be delayed.
They did say
They
that.
did say they would, but they have to go and vet the
Yes, sir.
contract again.
Yes,
So I
sir. They
mean, but I
did.
just wanna, I don't mind doing all this here, but I just, at the end of the day, I want us to secure the money. That's the biggest thing.
That's why I said,
Okay.
that's why I said,
Treat the two motions.
One at a time. One at a time. So you should line credit.
Let's go with this motion.
I saw that at the bottom. I got it.
Let's go with this motion that's on the floor right now, please, and then we'll get to the money.
So the motion is to put out another RFP for a general contractor for the single family homes project.
Yeah, but just like it was written before. Okay, and we could do that within the next couple of days, the next, I don't know, 5 days, so that we don't be waiting around, right? I don't want to belabor this. That's my ask, or that's my.
Per the current active contract, if we move in this direction, what adverse reactions are we facing?
Per contract, there are no adverse reactions per his contract. He signed his contract as a project manager. So as long as the motion isn't to terminate him as project manager.
No, we're gonna use them as needed.
yeah.
As needed, okay. Any more comments, Director Williams, did you have another comment?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine.
So as the motion reads, motion to resubmit the RFP for a general contractor for the single family housing project. It's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favor, please signify with aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Say nay. Makes sense.
Roll call.
Director Williams,
Nay.
Director Greathouse,
Abstain.
Director Mack,
Aye.
Director Jordan,
Aye.
Director Vice Chair Thomas,
Aye.
Chair Green.
Aye. And we can expect an RFP later in the
Does
business
the
week.
board want to use the same RFP?
Yeah, we can use the same one.
Yeah, same
I mean, so we don't have to do,
I just need to know so we can go ahead and put the dates in it and get it to the procurement
Yes,
so
sir.
they can
And-
do what they need to do.
yes, sir.
So what is the deadline for? How many days we need to get this done? 5 days? We want it done within 5 days, 6 days?
Within 5 days, sound.
Well, the
we got-
RFP is prepared.
The RFP.
It's already done.
We just
So
have
just
to
put it
adjust
out in
the
minutes.
dates. We have to adjust the dates that's in the RFP.
It would go out as soon as Monday, because tomorrow is a federal holiday, so town hall is closed. It would have to
provide
come
it to
through,
finance on Monday.
through the town side of finance,
Yeah, it goes
Okay.
to
through the town side of finance, so it'll go out Monday. Attorney Jackson?
And as I sit here and I think about it, it should not slow up anything with the line of credit because as it stands, Mr. Smith is still.
General manager.
You're just moving to hire, to go to general counsel. So technically, that should not, that should not affect moving forward with the closing and things of that nature.
Do we know if an RFP for a new GC will require them to look and vet the new GC that we pick?
They said.
TOECRA. They said they would read, that they would vet anybody else.
After you make your selection,
Right.
they have to vet the person.
They said.
Okay.
Once the selection is made, they do the vetting.
And that selection is probably 30 to 45 days down the road, which the
Yes.
closing is probably gonna be before that.
Right.
So they don't have to make a determination.
Right, so we can still move forward with the closing.
Right.
And then, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't wanna misquote Seacoast, if a new contractor is brought on, if there are any issues, they will communicate that to us.
And they're gonna reject them and we have to go find somebody.
Find somebody else to continue the work.
Mm.
All right, the next item,
That's the vote.
yeah, we're on to resubmit the RFP. And we can anticipate that going out on Monday. Well, no, we still have 2 more. We still have 2 more projects. So the next project is the,
I would ask that we table the municipal part.
making a motion to table the restrictions being lifted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's this is for lifting restrictions. We're back to lifting restrictions. Motion on the floor to lift the restrictions for the municipal parking and stormwater. Read that wrong. I think you just said municipal parking.
Yes,
It's municipal parking and stormwater project is what it is. Motion on the floor to lift the restrictions on the municipal parking and stormwater project.
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor of lifting the restrictions of the parking and stormwater project signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Roll call, please.
Director Williams, Director Greathouse,
Abstain.
Director Mack,
Aye.
Director Jordan.
Nay.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Nay.
Chair Green.
Aye. Motion passes to lift restrictions on the parking project. Last project to discuss is the single family resident project. Lifting restrictions, I will entertain a motion.
No, it falls on the line of credit.
No, we didn't,
I didn't need to lift the restrictions.
no, you recommended a table. You recommended a table. This is the last project that we have
Okay.
to discuss.
Okay.
After
the RFP went out, right?
To lift the restrictions or to
Close.
the close?
No, to lift,
Yeah.
the project is separate from the line of credit. So the motion right now is to lift the restrictions on the single family home project.
Right.
Okay, which need to be done regardless.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so move.
Now,
Hold on, why do we need to lift the restrictions on that if we put the RFP out?
I was just gonna go, his recommendation was to table this motion.
No, it was for.
I mean, why
No,
do we need to?
Not this. Okay, I just wanna make sure. Okay,
So why, I'm just, talk to me, y'all, real quick.
So the purpose, so the restrictions on this project are the same as the rest. It's over $25,000.
We ain't gotta come back to it.
Lifting the restrictions would allow us to move forward with the project as it is. This is separate from the line of credit.
Once we establish that
If we
RFP,
move forward with the project as it is, doesn't that involve Mr. Smith as the general contractor?
It does, which is why the conversation
So,
about.
so if we're looking to do a
we're putting
RFP,
another RFP.
with all due respect, sir, if we looking to do the RFP for a new general contractor, why would we consider the restrictions for this project?
Cause you can't
We
move
got two
forward.
options. We can table it, we can table it,
I'm gonna
Or-
table it.
So then we need to just-
table it at least until we go through the RFP process.
that's fine.
To me, to me, it makes sense, and it's only me.
But he
You
can't
know,
do nothing regardless.
he don't have nothing to do, what he gotta do?
But we gonna have to come back to this.
We just come. We just come
Doesn't
back.
make sense.
What doesn't make sense is us going forward and we talking about looking for a new general contractor. That's what don't make sense.
But we're lifting the restrictions.
But he is a part of the
I
restriction.
know, but he can't move forward unless.
We don't have to go nowhere.
Let's yield to Attorney Jackson. Attorney Jackson, some guidance, please.
So my understanding is that, if you do not lift the restriction on this project, you cannot move forward with the closing on the project. And if you don't move forward with the closing, then you cannot access the funds to move forward.
Say that one more time.
So if you do not lift the restrictions on this project, you cannot move forward with the closing. The closing is where the monies will be returned to the CRA. Was it $400,000? $420,000 is returned back to the CRA at the time of closing. But if you do not lift the restrictions, you cannot move forward with the closing to get to that point.
I thought we were doing this separate.
Right, because the project has him listed as project manager, so we can't move forward with him as project manager, still put out the GC RFP. And we can do that, right?
Because, and that's what I'm saying, right now, they have been listed as the GC,
Seacoast.
right? They
That's
have
what
been
I'm
listed as the GC. So,
But if we put an RFP out there saying we looking for another GC.
they don't know that until you.
recommend somebody to.
Until you approve the RFP.
And then they become the GC.
So according to Seacoast, he's still the GC of record.
They don't become a part of the process until you go to them and say, you're our new GC.
But will this man receive money? But will this gentleman receive money?
Yes. If we lift
In
our
this
restrictions, we will.
process, if we lift the restrictions.
So my question would then have to be to the executive director, if there are gonna be any projects, at the time of closing, are there any projects going forward?
There's only two active permits that's in permitting right now, 119 and 120. Those are only two active.
That we're gonna need anyway.
He had already started on.
So,
Okay, so
he had already started on.
So they split
So-
119 up into 4 lots.
Right.
119 and 121 are West Street, the other two are facing people.
okay.
The notice of commencements and the permits have already been pulled for 119 and 121. Those are the only project he's technically working on right now.
Right.
Okay, that's what he's working on right now, so we still don't have to pull the restrictions because he still is allowed, he still have a cap. So we don't have to pull the restrictions, we still have finances for that permit pulling.
So I have
To pull the permit.
How can we put it in a way so we can secure the money without?
This. Talk to me
without
about
going
that.
to the I mean, that's.
For the money, but I just don't think we need to move in the direction of this young man. I'm for the money.
I have a question.
One at a time. I'm gonna yield to Vice Chair and then Executive Director. Vice Chair, please.
So Mr. Smith said that he's subcontracting. So if he's subcontracting, he's making money off of let someone else use his license to build. Plus, he's gonna make $25,000 in an SDL.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. No.
I think we went through that the other day.
That's not true.
Okay, hold on, but I think we said that, and then maybe you were joking at this. You said, well, then maybe we got a good steal from that because all he's getting is 25,000. You said that at the last meeting. I remember you laughing at that. But the truth is, if I'm just giving a brief synopsis, as just like the child support. If I have my GC license and I'm gonna subcontract my license out to someone else, do I just want 25,000? No, you're gonna pay me for using my license to build the house. So you're telling me all he's gonna do on these two houses is be the manager and let them use his license and he's not getting anything at all.
No more than $25,000.
And so the subcontractors are the one that's getting paid.
Well, you have to pay for that. You have to pay for your mechanical, electrical, plumbing. You gotta pay somebody to fly the trusses. You gotta pay somebody.
Okay, so then that's good. I know that. I already know that. So he said that y'all have already went through some numbers. So what numbers have y'all went through?
We're working with 84 Lumber, Home Depot to get the lumber pack. There's a lot going to this. It's not as simplistic as.
Okay, I understand that. I know that. Just like I said, I've been in the mortgage business for 25+ years and I haven't forgotten too much. But this general contractor and the project manager thing is what's throwing me, but I'm good. If Seacoast said that they're gonna vet them, so well be it.
And his contract, just to be clear, his contract has him as a project manager.
And
Okay, if he's the project manager only,
That's what?
can he, if he's the project manager only, we're using his license to subcontract out to people.
well,
Oh, my God.
make sure you say-
I'm good. I don't even wanna hit no more because I'm already like.
Okay, Attorney Jackson, question for you. The question was posed, how we could structure our request to accommodate being able to close on a line of credit and still pause work being done at the property
To the RFP is done.
until the RFP is done, at which time we can put another name to blank for Seacoast to verify, because we've already secured the line of credit and no additional work is being done on the house.
So what I understood, Seacoast to say is that once closing takes place, you have a time period before you actually
Yeah,
start.
30 days.
Yeah, 30 days. So
They'll give us.
so you have that time period. So once you close, you have 30 days before something is to take place. If you're gonna put out an RFP within the next week.
By the time we come to our next July meeting, you're gonna have to select who the general contractor.
So so let's say that happens, right? The closing is not gonna happen until the end of this month.
To the end of June.
So you're already gonna have an RFP out within a week.
Right.
The closing doesn't happen for another almost 2 weeks.
Right.
You have 30 days after that to commence the building process. Within that time period, you should have a GC before that time period ends, and the closing has already taken place. So that's what I was saying. Things can move forward and you can do the closing, and then the project doesn't commence for another 30 days after the closing.
After 30 days, right?
So then we're working
To the end
on
of July.
probability because we still haven't got the permit yet. But you're expecting to get.
But he still can get a permit because he's still the general manager.
Right.
No, I'm just saying it has not been approved, so that's the town side, so hopefully it's coming next.
But we could specify and clarify in this
Those
motion,
two, and be done with it.
we could clarify in this motion, to
Allow him to get the 2 permits that he need in order to build regardless.
on the other 2 properties though.
On
He already has 2 that are out.
And leave
So you don't
it,
even have to do any additional work at all.
and leave it right there with what he has.
Exactly.
You could,
Leave it.
Right there.
because your statement is that without lifting the restrictions, we cannot close on the line of credit.
Exactly. Right.
So the motion could specify that we pause all construction, all permit pulling, all work on the actual properties, but lift the restrictions to allow us to close.
Yeah, let's do it. What we doing? Let's do it.
This was Director Jordan's request. I want to make sure Director Jordan
Say it one more
understands.
time.
The motion could be specified
Over with.
to state that no additional work will occur on the properties.
Yeah.
No additional permits pulled, no dirt turned, nothing.
Yes.
But the restrictions are lifted on the project to allow us to close only on the line of credit. Lift all restrictions for the purpose of closing on the line of credit with no additional work being done.
Well,
With his name on it.
hold on.
That's project manager.
Hold on.
But he's just a project manager though.
Okay.
We're putting an RFP out for another contractor.
Yes,
So
sir.
So.
And once we get that done, we'll have up to 30 days to start construction.
Exactly.
Up to 30 days,
My
which
question,
would be the end of July.
my question is,
Did you ever hear this, man?
what does it to do in order? I don't know how the motion will go, in order to make sure that we do not lose what we have as a line of credit.
You're not gonna lose it.
Based
You
upon,
ain't gonna lose
We're
it.
not gonna lose it?
No.
No, there's no restrictions on our pay. So then what do we need to do to make sure
Yeah, get
that
rid of
this line of credit
Give
is
it them.
go forward? As we can start building and turning some dirt.
okay. That's
Cause
why I
we
want,
turn dirt.
that's why I wanted to separate the line of credit away from the contract issue. Because we're blending it together.
Well, we
Again.
blended because his name still sits
On that line of credit.
on that line of credit, man.
His name sits on.
That's why we still blended it.
His name still sits on the first two permits too. Now,
And how close are we to permitting? Like, if his name on it, then it just ain't, it ain't sitting right, executive director.
well, you gotta understand, this process started way before you got here.
I do understand that.
Alright, so.
I understand
And
that.
I'm not trying to be argumentative, I want y'all to do whatever y'all want to
And
do.
then I'm not
I
trying
don't
to be
care one way or the other.
argumentative. Yeah, you care, because if you didn't care, you would have been put a new RFP out when you said,
No,
you care.
no.
Yes, you do.
No, we're,
Okay, yes, sir.
we're so far into a process.
Yes, sir.
I'm not gonna let you say that because we're so far into a process. And now you guys are trying to change the rules of the game that your previous board members had already agreed to.
Yes, sir.
So let's understand, this process started in December. It didn't just start.
I'm not disagreeing that he should be the project manager because we already stated back then, even when I approved for him to be the project manager, is that there was gonna be a conflict of interest in the city for him being both. I know that was a question that was raised too. But neither here or there, we're to the position now where he's gonna remain the project manager. We put an RFP out for contractor, right? And we're gonna do that Monday perhaps, and once we get that, we'll have up to 30 days to turn some dirt. And I'm pretty sure, because Coach already spoke to us, they're actually general contractor until we can actually get another one in place, and then they'll say, okay, here we go. I'm not the general contractor anymore, you guys are, because I vetted you, and let's move forward.
Y'all know what this sound like? This sound just like with the tip. If we sit here and say that we gonna get this percentage, waived, it sound like the same thing.
I think we're making it more complicated than what it is.
Yes.
It's like, seriously, no complicated.
I'm saying, it sound like the same.
Okay, board. All right, board. Attorney Jackson.
It's got a perspective.
Board.
Good.
Different perspective.
Board. Please, just for a quick second so we can get through this. Attorney Jackson, I know you hear the requests of the board. Once again, please give guidance on how we can pause activity to allow us to resubmit an RFP, but give us permission to close on the line of credit.
So I think the direction is very clear to the executive direction, that this board does not want to move forward with any projects. The executive director understands as I am here, that this board, if this board does decide to move forward with the closing, that the closing will be at the end of the month. There's going to be an RFP that goes out within the next week, to get in a new, general contractor. The closing will take place at the end of the month, and then the project does not have to actually start until 30 days later, and that the process of getting a general contractor will work until that time. My understanding also, Board Member Jordan, is that, Board Member Jordan.
Yes, sir.
My understanding also, and I'm gonna defer to the executive director, is that Mr. Smith is not getting paid yet. He won't be paid until the projects, or has he already been paid?
He's already got his mobilization drawn from the original contract.
Okay, so.
Can we freeze his pay?
Yeah.
That's why
I said that the motion would be to pause that project. To lift the restrictions for the purpose only of pursuing the line of credit. No other work, no permits, no dirt trucks, nothing. And then we still get to put out our RFP. He don't get to do no more work. We can put out our RFP. We can go look for more general contractors. And he only get to work as needed. But we need no work right now because we're pausing all work. We are only lifting restrictions for the purpose solely of pursuing the line of credit.
Trials on the line.
Trials on the line of credit.
Want to make sure that we're keeping that secure. Yes.
Yes.
Somebody's moved motion.
Let me repeat the motion so we know what we voting on. The motion is to lift the restrictions on the single family homes project specifically for the purpose of pursuing the line of credit and nothing else.
So move.
Let me flip this to. So that is an amendment to Jordan's motion, because she has a motion. That has been seconded, so yours is an amendment to her motion.
So we just need a second on the amendment.
So we amended, okay.
Can you repeat the motion?
The motion as amended is to lift the restrictions on the single family housing project specifically for the purpose, only for the purpose of pursuing the line of credit.
That's your motion.
Closing on the line of credit. Do I have has the amended motion been moved?
So move. Second.
The amended motion has been moved in second. All in favor, please signify with aye.
Aye. Attorney, you look confused. Everything all right? I'm good. Okay, I just want to make sure. You stressing your legal.
We in the middle of a motion. We have it all opposed. Nay. Roll call.
Director Greathouse,
Abstain.
Director Mack,
Aye.
Director Thornton,
Nay.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Nay.
Chair Chris.
Okay. Restrictions are lifted only for the purpose of closing on the line of credit. You can still anticipate the RFP go out Monday and expect to hear back by the next board meeting about the rankings of those potential candidates. Okay. That's the last project in that original
Who does
motion.
that ranking system? Procurement. Was that within the HR?
No.
Procurement, they're up on the potential. Is that correct?
Ranking.
Okay, cool.
And the attorney.
Okay.
The attorneys there for legal and
Yeah, who are the ones on that,
That's up to them. And the people that got put there got put there by procurement from the last. That was not.
Okay.
That was procurement.
all right, that's fair.
Make sure they.
Attorney Jackson, my question to you earlier was about section 3 of the original motion, the original resolution CRA-R-2026-17 that we just broke down. Section 3 allows the executive director, allows for the signers on the line of credit. Is it necessary to move on that tonight?
Not necessary.
Is in that section, this was a multi-part resolution that lifted the restrictions on the projects collectively, as well as gave the executive director and the board the authority to be signers on the account. So for the purpose of the continuity of the original resolution, I just wanted, you said we don't need to do it tonight.
Yeah. Because we don't need more. We have to have that. If we're gonna close, that's gonna require signature.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
We need to take care of it.
Everybody's signature, all right?
We may need to adjust that.
Yeah, because you gotta.
We gotta add Ms. Greathouse
Yes.
as the director.
Probably need a minute to have this way out, because she's in here. So you have to sign, everybody's got to sign the signature.
We'll do it again.
So the motion on the floor is to authorize the executive director as well as every board member to be signers on the line of credit with Seacoast Bank, requiring 2 signatures on draw documents and requests for draws. I will entertain a motion.
Sorry.
It's been moved in second. All in favor, please signify with aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Roll call.
Yes, sir. That $1.7 billion with this man.
Abstain.
Yeah, we understand. Aye.
Nay.
Chair Jordan,
Nay.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Nay.
Chair Grant.
Aye. Roll call, please. Roll call. Roll call. What was the?
Chair.
It's nay.
Okay.
I just need 4 to. Check your bylaws. Need 4 tonight.
All right, the next item up for decision is the approval of resolution CRA-R 2026-25, waiving penalties and interest owed to the TOECRA by the town of Eatonville. Ms. Bellinger, the resolution. I'm sorry, the preamble.
Go over down. Let's discuss. Open the floor.
Resolution CRA-R 2026-25, a resolution of the town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency approving a waiver of penalties and interest on the principal amount owed to TOECRA by the town of Eatonville as a taxing authority consistent with Florida statute 163.387. Parentheses 2, parentheses B, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
You have heard the preamble. Is there a motion? Been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor of approving a waiver of penalties and interest on the principal amount owed to the TOECRA by the town of Eatonville, please signify with aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Roll call.
Director Williams?
Aye.
Director Greathouse?
The same.
Director Mack?
Aye.
Director Jordan?
Nay.
Vice Chair Hayes? Chair Chris?
Nay. I know we talked about getting some additional documentation and conversation about this item. So Director Johnson, if you could, get that information over to us so we can prepare to have this discussion at a more appropriate time. The next item on tonight's agenda is the approval of resolution 2026, CRA-R 2026, accepting the United Arts of Central Florida grant funding as approved by the Orange County Board of County Commissioners. Ms. Bellinger, the preamble.
Resolution CRA-R 2026-6. Resolution of the town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency accepting grant funding as submitted and approved by the Orange County Board of Commissioners, or County Commissioner for United Arts Central Florida, providing for conflicts, severability, effective date.
You have heard the preamble. Is there a motion? Been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved in second. Director Johnson, can you just give us one more brief little understanding of the funds that are available to us?
So we submitted a grant application to United Arts. That grant application was approved by their board. Then it went to the Board of County Commission on June 15th, which is Tuesday. And the Board of County Commission approved it. It's $300,000 to go towards the purchase of club property.
Which is great.
Correct. So as you've heard, we've finally been officially awarded $300,000 to assist us in the acquisition of Club Eaton. Do we have any questions or additional questions or comments?
No.
All right, you have heard the preamble. It's been moved in second. All in favor of the approval of resolution CRA-R 2026-26, signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. No roll call necessary. Last item on the agenda for decision tonight is the approval of resolution CRA-R 2026-27, accepting the Orange County CDBG grant as approved by Orange County Board of Commissioners. Ms. Bellinger, the preamble.
Resolution CRA-R 2026-27, a resolution of the town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency accepting. Did I already read this one?
No.
That was a different grant.
CDBG.
Accepting grant funding as submitted and approved by the Orange County for County Commissioners CDBG grant program in the amount of $447,880. Providing for conflict, severability, and effective date.
You have heard the preamble. Is there a motion? Is it moved?
Second.
And second, I do with questions, Vice Chair Thomas.
Is this a matching grant? And if so, where are the funds coming from?
It's not a match.
It's not a matching. Okay.
Can we, do we know when we can anticipate some of the funds to be released?
We are in the ending process of providing the county all the requested information. There was some insurance requirements. There was some studies, technical stuff that had to be done through CPH, which is through CPH, through TOECRA. And it's being done, everything's being done. So I anticipate by mid-July.
So we'll have the,
That we have
will it be the 447 in totality?
Yeah,
All at once?
the first draw is gonna be the 50,000 reimbursement that comes back to us from the architect and engineering services.
And a very short synopsis, can you give us an anticipated date of receiving all the funds? Is it in percentages like the Chitlin Circuit Grant?
Once, I need to verify how they're gonna do that. The final, when they give me the final, go ahead, I'll be able to tell you exactly how the funds are gonna be received. You know, they have the HUD requirements that have to be met before they release any funds.
And, that answers my questions. I'm done. Any additional questions or comments?
Oh, no, this one of the things. That project has to be bidded out. So, and that's one of the things that Ms. Gibson has provided them with the RFP. Once they approve the RFP and say it's okay, then we can put that out for bid also.
Great. Right. You have heard the preamble. It has been moved in second. All in favor, please signify with aye. Aye. All opposed?
Hey.
Roll call.
Director Williams. Director Greathouse.
The same.
Director Mack.
Aye.
Director Jordan.
Aye.
Director Vice Chair Thomas.
Nay.
Chair Craig.
Aye. That 3-2. Who's one? 4-1. Okay. The ayes have it.
That's for the record.
All right. What Rick?
I'm sure how you gonna reconcile 3, 4, 5, and 6?
It was asked to be moved down to 4 decisions. I skipped right past them. I apologize.
4, 5, 6.
I like to pull a motion before the table. The approval of the special meeting minutes from March 31st, 2026, April 13th, 2026, April 30th, 2026. I'm sorry, the financial. 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6. The financial report. My motion is to table the approval of the March, April, and May 2026 financials. Do I have a motion? Did I miss one? It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved in second. All in favor of tabling?
I got it.
Question? You sure?
I'm good.
Okay. All in favor of tabling the approval of the March, April, and May financials signify with aye. Aye. All opposed? I didn't hear any nays. Motion carries. Was, it was not. Well, it was.
Can you repeat the move and second?
Who moved it?
I move. Where?
Second. Did you have a comment? I'm getting ready to staff reports. You want to go first?
No.
Okay. Staff reports. Attorney Jackson.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to say, congratulations to the CRA. Great work on the 2 grants that were received in a total of over $700,000, nearly $800,000 coming back to the agency. Great work to this agency on working through some difficult paths. You all are doing, some good work. The other thing too is that I hear a lot of criticisms of this agency, and so just as I hear the criticisms, I would like to hear some of the kudos that come back to this agency as well. You can't disparage without giving some credit as well. So great work to this agency under the direction of Mr. Johnson as well as this entire board. I was provided with a question with regards to Ms. Greathouse's abstention from votes. And my understanding is that Ms. Greathouse, you abstained from votes tonight because you didn't feel that you had sufficient information to make a vote.
You are correct.
Pursuant to Robert Rules of Order, that is absolutely appropriate. If a board member feels that they lack the sufficient information in order to cast a vote, you can abstain under those conditions. So I just wanted to just, for the record, just confirm that that is the reason why I understood it as such, but I just want to confirm.
Yes, that's the reason why, because I don't have the information to make a positive decision for the time.
Very good.
Okay, that's, is that your report?
Oh, and happy Juneteenth, everyone.
All right, Director Johnson.
Yes, Chair. First and foremost, happy birthday. I heard him today in the lobby.
Tomorrow.
From me, because I wasn't able to
Go HOK. Thank you.
You may go. I'd like to thank the board for finally giving direction. It took us 5 meetings to finally get some direction. I appreciate that. I only can move and do as the board direct me to. So I appreciate you finally giving me the direction, and we don't have to keep dealing with a bunch of those meetings to get that direction. So I appreciate that. The county was really excited about the approval of the United Arts grant, and I know he's on his way out, but he wants, the mayor wants to allocate more funding to the arts and to United Arts and Ricky Langdon Department of Cultural Affairs to do more stuff on his way out the door. So hopefully we're gonna be in that pool of money to continue taking care of what needs to be done at the club. Because they are a willing partner to this agency, and we need to honor that relationship and have good stewardship towards that relationship. As far as the club is concerned, I'm gonna send out all the information that I have so everybody can understand things don't just happen in a vacuum. There's a whole lot of moving parts going on in all these projects. It's kind of hard to know what documentation you will, for your clarity to make decisions. So all I would ask is that, just as Director Thomas do, she calls me, as Councilman Mack does, he calls me, leaves, I talk to him every morning. I would invite all the board members. If you need something, it's a lot of information going on. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of requests. There's a lot. Just follow up with me so I can stay on top of what's going on. And that's all I ask. So to make sure we get everybody prepared. I know there was an email by Director Randolph. I don't want to address that tonight until we have a chance to sit down and talk.
Thank you. Ms. Bellinger.
No report, happy Juneteenth.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank everyone for coming. Thank you for your time. And there was a great song, AI song created by Chris Hayward for Eatonville. I'll send it to you guys if you want. If not, it's on YouTube about Eatonville. That is really a great song that really has a lot of great history about Eatonville. So that is my report.
Director Williams.
I mean, for one, I just have a question. I know I've seen the June. I'm familiar with Juneteenth, but what activities are we doing for Juneteenth? I don't know. I want to participate. I want to ask you.
You want to answer right now?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So tomorrow's Juneteenth events include are being hosted by STEAM Learning, our local STEM leader in the town of Eatonville. There's a youth jam. It's a free event it's primarily centered around the children. It's educational, it's academic, it's a lot of fun. Esteem Learning is partnering with Orange County Library System, our local branch, the Zora branch, the Eatonville branch, to produce and provide some activities for the children. Tomorrow evening at Macedonia is the Lift Every Voice and Scene Showcase Dinner, also hosted by Esteem Learning, in partnership with Macedonia Missionary Baptist Church. There are tickets still available. The last I checked, you can look on the town social media to get more information, as well as Esteem Learning Incorporated's social media or website to get more information if you would like to participate. She has invited the entire community out. So I encourage us to participate.
How much are the tickets today?
75.
Is it 70?
She said 75.
Don't make me lie.
Okay, it's 75. She invited
I'm gonna look it up.
the council, so I would assume that it would be council and CRA board members for calling to see, but it's $75, she says.
And well, Miss Cuppy. Miss Cuppy, get down. Miss Cuppy is the exclusive caterer at Macedonia, and she never misses. If you're at the soup kitchen, if you were at the gala that was held last week with Mr. Haywood and Miss Patricia Johnson, then you missed a nice treat. Miss Cuppy usually does put you to sleep. Okay. So that'll be tomorrow night. Saturday, the town is hosting the Juneteenth Festival celebration in all its glory. Vendors, art activities, family fun, bounce houses, face painting, entertainment, visitors. There'll be a plethora of visitors, a mix of visitors. I know some of the candidates for Orange County District 7 will be out there. Just a day filled with family fun. It is a free event. Come out and, like Mr. Johnson and Ms. Brown said tonight, come support the vendors. There's a lot of vendors that are going to be coming out. Come support that local that local economy. And just show some love for the town. Bring a friend, bring a neighbor, give a shout out on Facebook. It should be a good time. It is from 12 p.m. noon till 7 p.m. or until Eatonville police kick us out.
Any t-shirt for purchasing? I know I've seen some in the past.
So the volunteers will be in some Juneteenth paraphernalia, but we did not get the chance. I do apologize to get any merch out this year, but I'm gonna just give y'all a little sneak peek. We are trying to engage the community a little bit more. So you will see for Founders Day that there will be a t-shirt contest. So we will pitch the opportunity to the residents of Eatonville specifically to get creative and to give us some Eatonville merch to purchase. But you'll see a little bit out there. I do believe they have some sweat towels because it's gonna be hot. We're gonna have plenty of water. There will be cooling stations because good old Orange County held us down last year, making sure that we were safe, but that heat is real. We know it's June, we know it's hurricane season. So between the heat and the humidity, stay hydrated. Don't fall out on Hungerford Field. Please don't. But come on out and have a good time. Bring a friend if you didn't know what was going on. Is that your report?
I just want to add, I know we talked about the forgiving the penalty and interest tonight. We're gonna have to come back and revisit that at some point.
Yes.
I voted the way I voted because I'm familiar with it. I've been on this board more. This ain't my first rodeo. We done tried to address it more than one time with Mr. Johnson. I mean, made it simple, but the board elected not to do it. So since they didn't do it, you get the, let me say it, the lies. Oh, it's been forgiven. But as we can see, it hasn't been forgiven. You know what I mean? So that's been an ongoing thing. Hopefully this board can put some closure to it at some point. So it's a tall task, but it can be something, and whatnot. But at the end of the day, I'm glad we got some things done in our allotted 4 hours plus. You know what I mean? Well, I'm happy now. I feel fulfilled. We got some things done, so I'm good with it.
If I can add some clarity to your request from earlier, the tickets are $75. The program for esteemed learning at Macedonia tomorrow night is from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. It includes dinner and a theatrical showcase. And the proceeds from this event will go towards the rehabilitation of the historic Thomas House, the oldest home in Eatonville, the oldest structure in Eatonville. And this effort is proudly supported by Esteemed Learning Incorporated, serving as the fiscal sponsor for this project. I know that the Thomas family and Esteemed Learning have been working together for some time now to pour some real love into rehabbing the historic Thomas House. So if you were looking for a reason to pay them $75 other than Miss Cubby's dinner, the Thomas House is a good thing to support. If you are looking for more information, her IG tag is Esteemed Learning. That's ESTEAMED_learning LEARNING. And then when you get on her socials, you'll see more contact information, email, website, and phone number, just to add to the record. I'm sorry. Director Greathouse, welcome to the fun. Look, do you have a report? Yes, I'm saying a little shorter. You're not saying that. I'm short. Understood. Welcome back to the Community Redevelopment Agency. We appreciate the service that you have submitted in the past, and we look forward to working going forward. Welcome back. She gonna make sure we use that gavel, y'all. Director Matt.
Yes, thank you everybody for coming out this evening. I know things don't always look pretty up there, man, but we got a business to run, right? As far as the agency, I think we had a pretty productive meeting, to say the least. We're not gonna agree on everything. That's why we got 7 people sitting up there versus the even number, right? But with that respect, I definitely want to address this right here. Anytime that we're in a meeting and people feel the need that people are talking too much or not talking enough, it's your discretion to get up and walk out of here if you want to. Nobody's holding you bound to sit in here and listen to anything that you don't want to listen to. And this is not directed at you or anybody else up on this board, but I just want to let people know that, and that's something that I gathered from my ethics class by going to and you know, just getting that information that I think is much needed. You're not bound to sit here. If you feel the need to get up and walk out, you can do that. And that, even if it reflects on you not voting anything. But I think we definitely need to respect each other and personalities and places in life, regardless of how you feel about an individual. I think it's all about respect. So also on Juneteenth is one of the biggest holidays that I celebrate because I know the meaning of it, you know, freedom. You know, I know how hard our forefathers and all our ancestors fought for to get us to the place that we're at now. And I feel like it's our obligation to make sure that we're taking full advantage of everything that's in front of us because of the blood, tears, and sweat that they poured into us. So let's be diligent on how we celebrate this holiday. Thank God that it is a major holiday and that it's not going to be open tomorrow, town hall per se, but I do got to go to work. But and a little bit actually, but listen, but on a serious note, not that that wasn't serious. Thank y'all for just coming out, being engaged, man. And I'm thanking God that we are getting some things done and we got so much more to do. And that's my report. Thanks.
Director Jordan.
All right. I'd like to thank the residents for coming out and engaging in our CRA business. Congratulations to us, Executive Director Johnson, and all the work that you do and making sure that we get those grants. I certainly appreciate it. Looking forward to moving forward on some projects. And with that being said, also, if you guys could please consider making sure that's in the items like, for me, anyway, a little bit before the meeting. That's all I have. I know sometimes some things you may not be able to help, but if we can, I would greatly appreciate that. I do have a question in terms of Mr. Johnson and what I don't know if that is that a request that they're asking for July 4th, or that's just something that's happened.
His project is an administrative project, and now what he did for you today was to, because nobody knew, is to inform you what we're doing.
What's happening?
And there's been a lot of communication, not just with me, and Mr. Johnson, but with me and the CAO, public works, police, everything. Rest assured, we're making sure all the I's dotted, all the T's crossed.
So we all
Okay.
set though, everything's
We're
good.
just waiting to get the MOT and all the other stuff that has to, there's a lot going into it. And we're closing that out.
Okay, so it was just, he came to kind of.
To make sure everybody knew
Information.
what we're doing in 2 weeks. Okay.
We've
Mr.
been
Johnson,
working
you
on
ain't gotta answer me, cause I'm gonna talk to you anyway.
Right.
You heard me.
We're gonna work on
Ain't
this
gonna do
one
that.
now.
You heard me, and I appreciate you and everything that you guys do, but, you know, in the future, when, if it comes to something like this, and if you have information, like I know you said that you guys have been speaking before, please let us know. Right, and that is my, you know, and I don't know if there's anything that it should have been a board decision on either side of the aisle. I mean, but something of this magnitude that's gonna impact the community and the residents, please, you know, have some regard, a little bit more regard for that, for this board in that manner.
Well,
Please,
I
that's just my ask. I know,
I know.
and if it come up again, just do
I
that.
just wanted to be
I'm not gonna
clear.
belabor it, and that's my report. Thank you, God, like for real, I don't wanna do that. Thank you.
All right, I'll get out the weeds tonight. Attorney Jackson, I know you usually give us a crash course on CRA 101. And so for that, we are grateful. To the rest of the board, Director Matt kind of touched on it a little bit, some of those courses that are available to us, some of which are required, some of which are optional. I recently asked Director Johnson for a full curriculum guide on what courses and resources are available to the CRA. He does an excellent job of being an example of continued education. The laws change all the time, policies change all the time, the plan is soon to change a little bit here and there. We need to stay as up to date so that we can make informed and educated decisions about the agency. Mr. Johnson, if you would be so kind as to share those same lists with our board members so that we can take advantage of those. Staff usually does a really good job about giving heads up about when trainings are coming, in case they are out of town or in case they're virtual and you want to take advantage of them. We have purview and permission to take advantage of it, and the agency will pay for your travel and, you know, compensate you for to eat and all kinds of things. So I encourage us to take advantage of that. That being said, I think that will give us a clearer understanding of what is administrative and what is legislative. Director Williams, you said that we don't have financial responsibility, but every resolution that we pass calls us fiduciaries. So to some degree, we do have additional responsibilities in making. It does. He did. He said we supposed to be worried about the financing, and I understand, but let me not take it out of context. Did I say Jackson? No. Director Williams, he made a valid point. And I think, and I don't want to speak for you, but I think your point was to stay out of the weeds. Not to take our hands off of it, because I think as a courtesy, like Director Jordan said, it's nice to just know. If I get approached by a resident, I want to be able to know what I'm talking about. I want to know with confidence that I'm speaking accurately, that I'm pushing the right narrative, not just recycled narratives. So being able to understand our administrative roles and our legislative roles as board members, I think is really important. Attorney Jackson can give us more information on that at a later date, but that leads into objectives. Executive Director Johnson asked us back in December to give him our objectives, things that we want to see. Maybe you're not sure what you want to see. You can check out the Florida Redevelopment Agency or Association's website to kind of look at things that other CRAs are doing across the state to maybe give you some insight or maybe give you some ideas as to what we can do in the town of Eatonville. For example, the market. It meets so many different points of the plan. And if your objective is to just implement the plan, there's a resource, there's an option right there. That being said, the last thing on my list tonight, I know we've had a lot of things that have come up in the last 3 months. Boy, y'all been putting it on me. We've had a lot of things that have come up for discussion in the last 3 months, but the one thing that we put on the back burner that we normally have handled by this time of year are bylaws, policies, and procedures. So for the sake of being intentional about our conversations, I would encourage the board to take a list at the current bylaws, maybe take a look at some older bylaws, so that when that conversation comes up, it can be as seamless as possible. Instead of us getting in here and saying, well, I didn't look at this, I didn't look at that, I encourage you to pull them bylaws out now because it's time to talk about them. Policies and procedures as well. Director Johnson, if you can make sure that we have the most up-to-date and adopted form of, I know they're a little antiquated, of the policies and procedures, so we can have that conversation directly following the bylaws, to make sure that our policies line up with the governing documents of this agency. I think that will prove fruitful. Happy Juneteenth. I am proud to say free from the womb. Back in 1980, ask my mama. Very much looking forward to the activities this weekend. If you have not noticed, it's a prime time to be proud and a prime time to celebrate. And we are the town that freedom built. So happy Juneteenth. That being said, I move for adjournment. So moved and second, all in favor. No roll call. Please say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. It is 10:33.
Yes.
Trying to take it out to November.